So we have a very full agenda today. We start at 9 and we go in the afternoon almost until 2 p.m. We'll begin with a welcome and Commissioner Darcy Houck will make her opening remarks. In the morning, we will discuss the context, the procedural context of this workshop. We will learn about the California distribution grid planning, and we will learn in detail about the data portals, which we are discussing here today, as well as feedback received to date by stakeholder interviews. After a brief lunch break, we will have more interactive sessions in the afternoon, feedback from attendees of this workshop, and we'll close out with next steps. So very pleased to have Commissioner Darcy Houck here, and Commissioner Houck will make some opening remarks.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm the assigned commissioner for the high DER proceeding, and I'm very pleased to be here to open today's workshop where we'll be discussing the data portals as part of track 2 of the high DER proceeding. The overall purpose of the proceeding is to consider new and improved approaches to electric distribution planning and operations to accommodate the anticipated high growth of distributed energy resources in California. Access to accurate, reliable, and useful data is an essential part of this process. In today's workshop, we will be discussing the existing distribution grid planning tools and data available to external stakeholders and how to improve this access for efficiency and ease of access. And we will welcome the parties' input on existing challenges and potential improvements on these matters. And I'd like to once again emphasize that the availability of accurate, reliable, and useful data is critical to the success of the proceeding. And again, your input is very important. I'd like to conclude my remarks by thanking our consultants for leading today's conversation and our Energy Division staff for all of their continued leadership and valuable contributions to the proceeding. And with that, I will turn it back over to Energy Division and look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck. Next, I'm very pleased to introduce Matthew Caldwell. Matthew is the manager of Distribution Planning Branch, and he will make some opening remarks. Matthew, I will be unmuting you in one moment. Okay.
Hey, so okay, I'm identified as just a participant, so I don't think I can turn my camera on, but hopefully you can hear me. So my name is Matthew Caldwell. I'm relatively new to the CPUC. I'm the program manager over the Distribution Planning Branch. Part of which some of the work that I oversee is what you will be hearing today as part of the high DER proceeding. So I first just wanted to, other than just introduce myself because I'm new and I haven't met many of the stakeholders that are participating today, I also wanted to just thank and acknowledge Commissioner Houck for her leadership, not only on the specific topics we're going to be discussing today about data portals, but also just her general leadership over the high DER proceeding. I'd also like to thank Gabe Petlin and his team, including Taru, for all their dedication and hard work in the high DER proceeding. They're doing this work day in and day out, doing the needed analysis and planning to move California to a high DER future. So really appreciative of all the work that they're putting in. And finally, just wanted to thank all the stakeholders that are able to not only join us today, but also those that aren't able to be an active participant today. We're all busy, and on our side here, we're all busy public servants, and it's important to remember that we serve all Californians. And it's our duty to provide an opportunity for all those perspectives to be represented and reflected in our work. And my team and I are committed to doing our best to make that happen. And we certainly invite your feedback on how we can better do that, whether that's through an email or a phone call, or even inviting us to come to wherever you are in this great state to have a conversation. So we're happy to help facilitate that. Looking forward to this conversation today. I have to admit, when I first started some years ago as an analyst, looking at these capacity maps and doing different layers, land use mapping layers on those capacity maps to see where distributed generation potentially could be located in the state was something that I looked a lot into. So I feel like I'm kind of coming full circle right now in my professional career, and being part of this discussion today and having this work as part of my portfolio. So again, thanks to all the stakeholders who are joining us, and I'm going to turn it back over to Taru now.
Thank you very much, Matthew. So next, I would like to go over the objectives of the workshop today. Today, we would like to achieve a high-level common understanding of how the regulators and the utilities in California conduct distribution planning, and we would also like to present the data and tools that they leverage. We'd like to achieve a common understanding of what grid planning tools and data are available to external stakeholders like yourself. And in particular, we will be focusing on the data portals and focusing on the integration capacity analysis and grid needs assessment tools. We will be covering the primary use cases for the data portals, and we will be informing all attendees of the feedback received from the stakeholders that have been interviewed to date on how these portals are working for them and what improvements can be made. A lot of work is going on these portals, so we will be informing attendees of the scope and timing of these enhancements. And finally, giving attendees today opportunities to provide feedback on improvements beyond today's workshop. Logistics. So all attendees have been muted. There are two ways to ask questions. The preferred way is to put comments and questions in the chat box. Secondly, you can also raise your hand. So once we have attended all the chat questions, we will be going through all the raised hands and unmuting participants so they can ask their questions. Please use the form with the link on this slide to provide feedback or comments at the end of the workshop or any of the days after today. So next, I would like to introduce Gabe Petlin. Many attendees here are familiar with Gabe's leadership in the high DR proceeding. Gabe supervises grid planning, energy storage, and non-wire alternatives group, and he will be covering this slide here. And I will unmute.
Good morning. Thank you, Taru. Could we go back to the previous slide, please?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I'm Gabe Petlin, and for the last 7.5 years, I've had the privilege of supervising grid planning and reliability team, now called Grid Planning, Energy Storage, and Non-Wires Alternatives. And we've been on a long journey to prepare the grid for a high DER future, and we're now in the second chapter of that journey with this new OIR that is just a year old. And just before we get into the background of the proceeding and the specifics of what we are focused on in this workshop, this is becoming a almost standard opening comment from us when we start these workshops because of the name of our proceeding, the high DER grid future, sometimes can lead to a potential perception that we're here to create as many DERs as possible at any cost. And I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear about what we mean by preparing the grid for a high DER future. It is by no doubt a fact that we all believe that there are going to be more DERs in the future, a lot more, and that the rate of growth continues, that there's no doubt about that. The purpose of the proceeding is to anticipate what that growth is and try to plan for it, to try to prepare the grid to both harness and take advantage of all the benefits that we can get from DERs and provide as much value to the grid and to ratepayers and to system operators, but also to mitigate any unintended impacts and to make and to maintain affordable rates. So it's just our sort of North Star guiding principle for this proceeding that it's not the goal to determine the number of DERs that will be on the system. We're not trying to increase nor decrease the number of DERs. We assume as a given that DR growth is here, it's coming, and it's even coming more in the future. And so the goal here is to work on the planning tools and the planning processes, how they can better accommodate and plan for and integrate the millions of DRs and create the most value from them for all of us, for all of California. So with that, I think it's a good time to transition over to our next speaker, Rob Peterson, the lead analyst for the high DER proceeding, and he'll just give some proceeding context, some of the other aspects that we're not covering today, just so you have a little bit of context for how today's workshop fits into the larger proceeding. And I also think before we turn to our consultants, we might want to just pause for questions and see if anyone has questions about, today's workshop objectives. So with that, I will turn it to Rob. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabe. So I'll go ahead and move on to the next slide, and then at some point we'll come for a pause here for questions. I'll just give you a high overview of the IDER proceeding, which has 3 tracks. The proceeding will address unresolved and ongoing issues from the Distribution Resources Plans proceeding, the prior proceeding, which opened in 2014, and also the Integrated Distributed Energy Resources proceeding, or IDER proceeding, opening in the same year. Just noting that this high DER proceeding will not be addressing avoided cost calculator topics. Those will be addressed in the IDER and its successor proceeding. So in the high DER proceeding, we intend to enable a swift evolution of grid capabilities and operations to integrate DERs and to meet state 100% clean energy goals, to improve distribution planning, including charging infrastructure forecasting, to support cost-effective and widespread transportation electrification, TE, and to optimize grid infrastructure investments by facilitating community input about plan developments, DER siting, and resiliency needs. Next slide. So what are DERs? According to Assembly Bill 327, they include a number of things, including distributed renewable generation resources, such as rooftop solar. It includes energy efficiency, energy storage, battery storage, electric vehicles, which include batteries, and demand response technologies. Here we were showing a water heater. Next slide. As I mentioned, there are 3 tracks, and today we're working under track number 1, which is distribution planning process and data improvements. We're currently in phase 1 of this track, which is near-term actions, and that will lead to a proposed decision on some things that can be done quickly to improve distribution planning processes. That will lead to a phase 2 then on distribution planning process improvements, which will further address longer term needs for distribution planning improvement. Track 2 of the proceeding addresses distribution system operator roles and responsibilities. Its goal is to look at the long-term grid vision, the makeup of the grid, its architecture, and how it's controlled and operated. And it'll investigate different types of models for operating the grid that may differ to the current models. And then finally, a very technical track, smart inverter operationalization and grid modernization planning. It also has two phases. The phase we're currently in is focused on a working group, the SIO working group. And once that group completes with a report and staff proposal and proposed decision, phase 2 would open, which focuses on grid modernization, what investments need to be made to improve the grid, and also on general rate cases and cost recovery. Next slide. And this slide just focuses in on some of the subtopics of track 1. So among those topics are distribution planning, electrification impacts and potential mitigations. So that's an exciting study we're doing with a firm called Cavala, looking at the scope and scale of electric vehicle impacts, for example, on the grid and the amount of infrastructure or DER services needed to meet those demands on the grid. Also on data portals, as we're discussing today, and then finally on community engagement and what can be done to improve distribution planning from communities' perspectives. Next slide. So there are a number of scoping questions in the scoping ruling that came out last fall. The one number 4, scoping question number 4 of track 1 is our focus for today. That question is, how should integration capacity analysis, or ICA, data and calculations be improved to enhance accuracy and usefulness for DER planning, siting, and interconnection, especially with respect to electrification load? And there's a sub-question to this question, which is, should the data portal design be improved to provide access to data for multiple stakeholders and in the distribution planning process, or DPP, an acronym we often use? Next slide. With this, I turn it over to our consultant to discuss the data portal's plan. But I'll ask Taru and Gabe if this is a good point, perhaps to stop for questions, or we can wait until after this section.
So we can wait until after Stefan has done his presentation. Thank you, Rob.
So good morning. My name is Stefan Barson. I'm with Verdant Associates. And Taru, could you advance to the next slide? So Verdant is heading up a team of consultants that are basically supporting Rob and Gabe and Taru in this high DER proceeding. Rob already talked through many of the tasks we're working on, and wanted to introduce other members of this team that you're actually going to hear from later in the day. So Cavala is going to, or Julieta from Cavala will be presenting after this about the distribution system operation. And this is again meant to give a grounding overview to enable stakeholders to have a better understanding that might not be as familiar with distribution planning. Cavala is actually also heading up a lot of detailed analytical work that's going on in separate efforts. We also have GridWorks. Claire will be from GridWorks will be facilitating the discussion this afternoon. GridWorks is on this team because they've got a great depth of experience facilitating public discussions, and they're also heading up the future grid study as well as a resiliency study. And finally, we have Xanthus Consulting, and that's primarily Francis Cleveland, who is currently heading up the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group. So that's, and I just want to emphasize that you'll hear from different members of this team today, and also different members of this team throughout this proceeding. But we are all working as one. We might have one firm's branding on it, but it's all one team. We're all talking to each other, and all of these activities are very much interlinked. Next slide, please. So wanted to give a brief overview of what we've done to get to this point. And we'll discuss more of this in detail later this morning. But some of these activities have included looking through the history of the regulations that have driven the development of these data portals. I'll present a slide later this morning that has a timeline, and then that will serve as a reference for you to, if you want, offline, go and find some of those references to see more detail. We've also done a thorough review of the public comments that have already been made concerning these data portals and different proceedings. What we want to do is not reinvent the wheel. A lot of thought and effort has gone into these different stakeholders providing very relevant and useful comments. So we wanted to build off of that. We did not want to repeat that. And then an activity that we've mostly recently completed are stakeholder interviews. So this is, again, building on some of those public comments, but talking, go back, please, thank you. Talking directly to users and potential users. My colleague will be presenting details of these activities. This is an ongoing process. So if you want, like we mentioned before, if you have additional input you would like to share, please use the comments form. Taru had a link in the beginning. We have a link here. Claire pasted a link in the chat. So hopefully find that. We also will have my own email if you want to reach out to me directly. And then combined with the stakeholder interviews and review of the public comments, we've actually been using these data portals, downloading data that we're going to be using in other analyses, but also when we hear a stakeholder make a comment, especially if it's, saying this needs to be improved, what we've tried to do is actually go repeat and duplicate that experience so that we're better informed to help the CPUC suggest really valuable and targeted improvements as part of that, that staff proposal later this fall. Next slide, please. So for today we're looking at basically the primary role that we're working on is to educate stakeholders, educate what these distribution resource planning tools are, and some history about that. Also portray what the planned improvements are, talk about some of the use cases, present some of the feedback that we've already gotten, but more importantly, solicit additional discussion. We want to hear more about, we know we haven't talked to everybody that uses these or potentially could use these. We want to gather those feedback. This is leading into the staff proposal that will be coming out this fall. A lot of this will be focused on data of how can the integration capacity analysis be improved, and then also how the portals themselves might need to be improved. And then that leads up to a workshop that will be presenting that staff proposal, provide another public forum for stakeholders to clarify questions, and then also provide comments to the staff on this proposal. And that will all be used to inform a track 1 proposed decision in early 2023. Next slide, please. So this is a schedule of, actually I think we, just an, graphical representation of, basically we are at the workshop today, and then we'll have another staff proposal and workshop later this fall, and again, leading to that phase 1, track 1 decision. And next slide. So how can you provide feedback? So the primary meeting we want to talk about today is the facilitated discussion that Claire will be leading this afternoon. And after this workshop, there'll be, again, this comments forum that will be open for a week to provide additional feedback or ask questions. If something wasn't clear, please reach out and ask to clarify. And then finally, after the staff proposal, there will be the regular comment period between that staff proposal and the proposed decision. those are, I think that's the end of my presentation. And I think maybe move on to the next slide so people can see contact info and we can answer any questions. And I do see a comment from Tim Hunt indicating which proceedings and which rounds of comments we have received. Unfortunately, I don't have that at my fingertips. I think we can definitely get back to you on that. So I think we can include that maybe in a written response. And then a question from Claire Broom asking to clarify how data portal for distribution grid planning could interact with data repository envisioned to provide price signals for demand flexibility or real-time pricing effort in a new OI rulemaking. I think the question is, it very well could. I don't think we have the answer to that. I would hope these portals.
I can take this one, Stefan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's a great question. There are two very interesting and parallel efforts, quite different. The initiative that you're referring to for demand flexibility and real-time pricing and a universal price signal, that as you saw last week at the workshop, that's a new OIR just launched. And as the name suggests, it's going to be focused on real-time pricing and demand flexibility. In contrast, the data portals that we're going to be discussing today, and you'll see the full details, in a moment, are not quite as real-time, and they're for a different purpose. They're for the identification of optimal locations to site and integrate DERs. So it's more on the front end of how we get the DERs integrated and cited, and hopefully avoiding expensive upgrades. But then once we have this penetration of DER, that next demand flexibility proceeding can play an important role in leveraging those resources to provide value to the grid and value to the customer and value to the system operator. So they're I would describe them as parallel initiatives that are complementary, but they're quite distinct. I hope that helps answer your question.
Any other questions or points of discussion folks want to raise?
Stefan, I'm scrolling through the chat to see if there are other questions. So there is a question from Tam Hunt, and the question is, please indicate which proceedings and which rounds of comments your team has reviewed to date.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should have been clear. I was reading the chat on those. I don't have those at my fingertips. I will follow up with a response on that after this workshop. And I think we might have some additional questions similar to that we need to, no, we might not be able to answer today, but we definitely will be striving to get you an answer soon.
Another question from Claire Broom to all the panelists. Thank you for the great intro and framework. Please clarify how data portal for distribution grid planning, which is today's topic, could interact with data repository envisioned to provide price signals for demand flexibility / RTP effort in new OIR.
Yeah, that one I also answered previously. So unless there are any more raised hands or any more questions, maybe we just give it a couple of seconds, see if anyone wants to ask a question or raise their hand. Otherwise, we can end this segment and start the background on distribution planning. So looks like we can take one more question. I see Tam Hunt has his hand raised. We're going to unmute you, Tam. Looks like I don't have that ability. Maybe someone else could do that.
I am going to unmute Tam. Let's see. Okay, Tam.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Tam Hunt, GPI. Just a follow-up to my chat comment. I'm assuming, but I think it's worth confirming that your team has reviewed the Rule 21 proceeding and comments, and the Working Group 3 in particular comments and efforts that led to the data portals being created. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, great. And yeah, any more details you can provide on what has been reviewed to date would be helpful for us in order to know what to comment on additionally.
Got it. Yeah, we will, like I
Yeah.
mentioned, we will get out. I just don't want to answer off the cuff. So
Thank you.
So I think we will now transition to Julieta Heraldez from Kavala. She's heading up a good bit of the technical aspects, especially the electrification impact study that we are doing a great deal of work on that, and also brings has I think well over a decade of experience working in the distribution planning field, and will be presenting an overview of how distribution planning in California works. This is meant as a complement to an upcoming workshop on August 23rd. And then it's not meant to replace some of the education efforts that the investor-owned utilities will be doing at that effort. We're just trying to provide a grounding for participants to understand and be informed to make comments this afternoon.
I found my unmute button. Thank you, Stefan. And thank you, Energy Division. So I'm Julieta Giralde. Can you see my slides first of all? Everything good? Great. I'm Julieta Giralde, Principal of Customer Solutions at Kavala. And today I'm going to talk about the distribution planning process in California, specifically, how the process makes decisions for investments and deferrals today to plan for enough capacity for the future, and what data is available to inform that process. So just one quick minute about Kavala. We are a software platform, so we are data infrastructure. I like to say it because we can handle a lot of data and data analytics, and we really, our focus is on enhancing the decision-making experience with the grid. So how to relate all of the different data and analytics to better inform the decision-making. So before we start to talk about the grid planning process, I was going to start with just a quick high-level reminder of what is this grid system that we're going to plan and who is all involved in the planning of the infrastructure. So the grid is this set of interconnected wires, poles, transformers that was traditionally designed to bring the power from the larger generators that were far away from the loads to the consumption areas where the people live and the businesses operate. And so today we're going to be focusing on the distribution side of the grid, which is everything to the right of the dotted white line. And in California, the Public Utility Commission regulates the investor-owned utilities that own and operate the physical part of the wires and the poles. But the IOUs also establish the rates, they measure the customer use, and they bill the customers. and they plan for growth. So they plan for growth of load and DERs, among other things. And DERs, it was introduced today, but they are the local, and typically most commonly it's installed at the customer houses. So behind the electric meter, that is, you know, sort of the last limitation of the customer with the utility system. And they are the solar panels, the energy efficiency measures, the storage devices, the electric vehicles, that are changing now the way the demand looks like and the way the power is consumed and produced. So planning now for this distribution system and this distribution side of the grid has changed quite a bit. It's not just about the wires and poles being able to be big enough to transport and transmit and distribute this power from the generation to the loads, but it's also now about how can the load be shaped to meet the supply that is available, and where we also have the opportunity to add capacity now in the distribution. You can see now that the arrows go both ways, not just unidirectional from top to bottom, but we're also able to add capacity close to where the demand is consumed. So we need to understand all of the solutions that might come in handy to actually plan and manage the distribution side of the grid. So who is all involved in planning the grid, and what are the main planning activities that occur in California? So first of all, to plan for the grid, you need to know what you're planning for. So you need a forecast, and that is what the California Energy Commission is tasked to do every 2 years. They predict the electricity and the peak demand that is expected to happen in the entire state of California for the next 10 years. And this is what is commonly referred as the system level forecast. And in California, it comes out with the Integrated Energy Policy Report, and it's called the IPER. And that IPER forecast is the system level forecast of the next 10 years. And that forecast is used by the transmission system and the distribution system to plan for the grid. So then other activities that occur is the integrated resource planning. So making sure that there's enough supply, there's going to be enough supply and of the supply types that can meet the policy goals of the state of California. And then the CAISO, the California Independent System Operator, also manages the transmission and the market of the wholesale market of generation. They also perform, using that forecast, the transmission planning exercise. So making sure that there's enough large transmission lines that can transport that electricity to the loads. And finally, in the regulated portion of California, we have the IOUs regulated by the California Public Utility Commission that plan the distribution system. And that's what we're going to be focusing on today. So we are going to be talking about understanding how the distribution grid capacity planning is done in California. It is called distribution grid capacity. The process is called, or the framework is called DIDF, is the Distribution Investment and Deferral Framework. So the current goal is to identify key new infrastructure that comes out in the data portals as the grid needs assessment. So new infrastructure and deferral opportunities, which are referred to as the DDOR, the Distribution Deferral Opportunities Report, to accommodate future load and DER growth. And to do that, the process looks at what the load and the DRs are going to look like over the next 5 years to determine the peak load. So it really focuses on understanding the highest value of power that is going to flow through the wires of the distribution system, mostly focusing on transformer banks. So you see here on the right, distribution substation will have some transformer banks. The main feeders, which are sort of, you can see it as branches coming out of these distribution substations. and the main power lines. And the final 100 to 300 feet of the grid that you see illustrated here on the transformer poles to the houses, that is not included in the investment and deferral framework, is only the main assets of the grid, of the distribution grid. And so each invested on utility has in the order of magnitude of thousands of these branches, feeders that distribute the power to the neighborhoods. So in context is a lot of order of magnitudes larger the number of assets that need to be considered in distribution versus the transmission planning process. So it's a very data intense process. And moving to the next slide, let's try to understand a little bit more in detail how that forecast from the California Energy Commission is used in the distribution planning process. So to understand, for example, what data and forecast is going to be used for this year's grid infrastructure filings, so the grid needs assessment and DDO reports that are going to come out in August, we need to go all the way back to 2019 to understand the data that is used to produce the filings that will be submitted this summer. So in 2019, the California Energy Commission it gets historical data from the IOUs of what the consumption was in 2017 and 2018 and what they think these load serving entities and the IOUs on the retail side, what do they think their forecast is going to be? And the California Energy Commission runs a forecast model on odd years. So in 2019, they run the big forecast model of what the load is going to look like for the next 10 years. And that comes out in 2020. Then in 2020, the IOUs provide, again, updated historical data up to 2019. And the model is updated. It's not run again. It's only run every 2 years, but every even year it is updated to produce a new forecast for the next 10 years. And so in 2021 comes out the forecast of 2020 to 2031. And that is the forecast that the IPER 2020, the California Energy Commission forecast for the next 10 years that came out in 2021 is the IPER, so the forecast that the utilities are going to use for the 2020 U2 filing of the grid capacity needs and deferral opportunities. So there's quite a bit of a lag. And even though there's a new IPER that has come out this year in 2022, because it takes a year to actually do that grid needs assessment report, it's not being able to be used. And so there's quite a bit of lag between the data that is actually used for this grid needs assessment. The other thing that I will note here, I mark on the bottom right here of the slides that the IOUs disaggregate one scenario. So the California Energy Commission actually produces multiple scenarios of what the future may look like. So anybody that has done a forecast knows that no matter how good your forecast is going to be, it's going to be wrong. And so predicting multiple futures, scenario planning is a technique that comes in handy to capture that uncertainty of not knowing exactly what the future is going to look like. But in the case of the planning of the distribution grid, there's only one scenario that gets passed to the utilities, which is the medium energy demand case. And that is currently the one scenario that is being used to plan for the distribution grid needs of the future. And so moving to the next slide, I also have here, I say that the IOUs disaggregate one scenario. So I'm going to explain a little bit what that disaggregation process is. And it will become more apparent, I think, when we go to a more interactive part of the interaction of the presentation, where I will be able to show what that might look like in the distribution grid. But basically, the CEC provides a system level forecast, as I was saying, of for the entire IOU service territory. So they may forecast what the load, what the solar, what the other DERs will be for one IOU. But then we need to see and to decide where that load is actually going to go to. Is it going to go more to feeder 1 or to feeder 2? So what local neighborhoods are going to see more of what load growth or what type of DR? And that is what it's called the disaggregation process, trying to identify where the predicted quantities from the CEC, where are they going to go locally to then determine the grid needs. So as I was saying, the IOUs take that forecast from the CEC. They disaggregate it down to the distribution assets. So what substations and what feeders are going to see what type of peak load. And they come up with one peak load prediction per asset that they're planning for the next 5 years. And that is how the grid infrastructure needs are determined. So you can see here an example of a screenshot of what the data portals show in terms of grid needs assessment. It is one number per type of asset for the next 5 years. So pretty deterministic process. And then that one number of what the maximum power through the feeders and substation transformers for the next 5 years is, it's going to be used to identify the potential deferral projects. And that it's the idea of the deferral is to look for DERs that may be able to defer the investment on an infrastructure project. And so that process, it's called the DDOR process. And what this process focuses on is basically funneling down the opportunities that may be deferred based on technical screens or timing screens. It ends up being just a few make it to this round of looking at non-wire alternatives. So non-infrastructure projects, it could be DERs, it could be management of load that may be able to defer that investment in the infrastructure. So for example, last year, between 2% to 10%, depending on the IOU, of all of the grid needs identified ended up making it into this bucket of projects that we may be able to look for alternative solutions. And then there's a list of prioritization metrics that I'm going to go into the details. I'm sure other stakeholder workshops will go into more details, but there's a list of prioritization metrics based on cost, on forecast certainty, market assessment that result in a classification of all of these subset of projects that may be deferred and that they may go into different solicitation structures, pilots, or request for offer. But basically, some comments into the current investment and deferral framework for planning that distribution capacity of the future. Just some key takeaways. There's currently a little bit of a lag between the data that is used to forecast. So again, for this year, 2022, the latest historical data that will be used, that will have been used by the forecast models is going to be 2019. So a little bit of a lag between the data used for forecasting and the grid planning activities. They are also, it's currently a very deterministic process, as I was mentioning. So it's only one scenario that gets disaggregated down to these assets and that we plan for the future. And given the rate of increase of DERs, this very deterministic process, it's not ideal to make decisions related to risk management and uncertainty of that future load and DR growth. The time horizon is also 5 years, so it's not able to plan for anything currently coming up beyond 5 years. With the increase, I think, rate of DER adoption, that may be something also that we want to reconsider. And then The load and DR forecasting and disaggregation process, so the way we decide, or the utilities decide where that load is going to occur, right now is a key driver of where the capacity planning is going to occur. So that one scenario that we choose to disaggregate and the techniques that we use to say, well, where's the solar going to go versus the EVs versus other type of growth is extremely determining of the results that are used to make the investment decisions and also to determine the deferral opportunities. I'm going to do a quick time check. Great. So I'm going to move to describing a little bit what data there is available right now on the grid, and that the energy division and the consultant team has now, via data request that we put out for the electrification impact study, we have now to inform this better decision making and improving of the distribution capacity planning process. So we have customer historical consumption, what the rate is, how much they're paying for electricity, past adoption of technologies, where all of the customers are and all of these DERs currently are, and how they relate to the electrical infrastructure. Of course, the electrical infrastructure characteristics, so the size and the functionality of the assets. And then measurements at some of the key locations of the electrical infrastructure. So typically there are measurements available at the transformers in those substations and maybe the feeder head of those branches that distribute the power locally. And then there's, of course, the forecasts from the California Energy Commission and other publicly available data that comes in very handy now to determine the future to relate to all of this data provided by the IOUs. And we'll get a better look at what all of this data may look like. Some of this data is confidential, as it was marked here, and there are ways of sharing this data. The California Public Utility Commission now has a 15-15 rule to protect customer privacy. There are other techniques used by industry, like differential privacy, to be able to share meaningful information about the data without giving away the personal information that we want to protect from the users. So just for context, as I was saying, the distribution grid has become very data intense. So there's thousands of these assets, when compared to transmissions, several zeros more assets to plan for. But now also, the consumption and the data that we have on the demand side has increased a lot. So for example, the advanced metering infrastructure data, so the hourly consumption data of all of the customers in California is a very data intense process. So we have received, for example, the last 3 years of historical AMI data, the most up-to-date up to 2021, which is what we're using to evaluate the capacity needs and impacts. And you can get a sense here of the millions of storage boxes or football fields or miles longs that we, would be able to fill in with the data. So it's the data portals today, I think, is a good discussion into, well, how can we turn this data into meaningful information for all of the stakeholders involved in this distribution planning process. So now I'm going to illustrate some of these concepts that I have talked about today in an interactive way. So I'm going to show the Cavala platform to illustrate what is this grid that we are planning, what does it look like, and what is this distribution system capacity planning exercise that we're trying to do. So some clarifying points before I get started. This tool that I'm showing right now is the Cavala platform. It is not the data portals that we're going to be talking about today, but I'm hoping it's going to provide some meaningful information into what is the data and what type of data there is available to inform the interconnection process, the distribution capacity planning process. And we're unfortunately not displaying the data that we received from the IOUs. We're going to be displaying publicly available data. So thank you, SCE and PG&E, for agreeing to show the data. We won't be able to show SDG&E data today, since they prevented us from doing that. So they expressed concerns about the display of their own publicly available data. So we won't be going to San Diego, but we will be taking a look at what the distribution system looks like. I saw a comment from the chat from Gabe. Is there anything
that was just a comment to the presenting team.
Okay.
But
Oh, very good.
when we get to Q&A, it'll become more relevant.
Very good.
Thank you.
So we're going to go through all of the concepts that I just presented in a more interactive way. So what does the California grid look like? There are the large power plants that I talked about at the beginning of the presentation that put their power in the transmission system. So the transmission system are the high voltage towers that transmit the electricity over large distances to bring it closer to the loads. And so I may have to refresh my demo to show the transmission. There it is. So we have there the large transmission in yellow lines that are bringing the power from other states and are bringing it into towards where the load is consumed. And we're going to keep zooming in. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a lag, which is typical when you're showing your screen. But we're going to keep zooming in, and so we've seen where the large generators are, where their transmission lines are, towards the distribution system. So if we start zooming in locally here, we can see the distribution substations that I was mentioning before. And so we should be able to see the transmission lines that bring the power to the local distribution substations. And then, so you can start seeing that there's a lot more dots, that there are yellow lines to plan for. And then if we bring in those feeders, those distribution lines, those branches that are going to bring the power to within the local neighborhoods, the quantity of assets to plan starts to explode here. So if we keep zooming in, it is important to try to visualize and get a sense of how the electrical infrastructure may relate to the neighborhoods where people live, the businesses where businesses operate, but also to other data sources. And we're going to be looking at this in the electrification impact study. So for example, where the California air basins are, that to relate to emissions, for example, quality of air, when we're making decision, when we are planning for this grid, CAL FIRE data, so where has past fire data occurred. All of this may come in handy to start relating sort of infrastructure decisions and planning of the grid with other important data. So as I was saying, we're going to take a look at what a neighborhood may look like. And I need to situate myself. So let's go to Riverside over here. And zoom in to one of these substations and see what the neighborhoods look like. And so again, the distribution capacity planning process is concerned about planning these red dots, make sure there's enough capacity to bring the power from the generators towards the loads. And that these feeder lines that are transmitting the power through the neighborhoods also have enough capacity to absorb the generation from the customers, but also to bring in the power to the loads. So I think we're going to take a look at what some of these load may look like into one of these feeders. So we were talking about the importance of determining, what is the current state, the historical behavior of feeders, but then also predict what the future may look like. And so to understand what the load on these, for example, highlighted feeder in blue might be, we want to know, the characteristics maybe of the neighborhood and the houses and the consuming this power, but also what type of DERs there may be in the neighborhood, of course. So I have turned on the blue dots that indicate the solar rooftop in this neighborhood. And with this, we're going to be able to estimate, what is maybe the current consumption. So as I was saying, I am going to be displaying simulated data. So data that we have created for the demo. For the proceeding, we're actually putting in to the platform the actual data, so the actual historical consumption from the customers in California and the actual DERs that are installed. Again, we were not able to show this this time around. We are hoping to find ways of displaying this data for the energy division. And if we click on one of these feeders, as I was saying, typically the current process that I described right now tries to really characterize what the peak value that is going to flow through these assets. And based on that, we determine what the investments are going to be or what might be deferred. But in reality, the consumption is, time varying, and it's really important to understand sort of that time series aspect of the load consumption, because we have now DERs that are really modifying, where the power is consumed and when it is consumed. And so in this case, I'm showing simulated data of what the aggregated load in this feeder may be. So if you sum up all of the parcels that I highlighted on the map, what the demand may be. And you can see that there's around 2,000 parcels in these feeders and close to 100 already PV systems with the simulated data. And so if I zoom into one day, for example, here, what is very important to start understanding today and in the future is what the net load is going to be. And so the net load, when you hear folks talking about net load, it is the idea of trying to ultimately predict or measure what the grid is going to end up having to supply. And so the native load in light green there, it says demand, maybe in this case a little bit higher, the consumption, just the loads from a house. But because that house has PV, the net load ends up being the load minus whatever that consumer is generating. And that is what we're going to have to plan for. And so, of course, this is not just about a load and solar rooftop now. There's a lot of other demand side modifiers coming to a grid. And so to predict those, it is important to start understanding what is the makeup and what is the type of customer that is using this electricity, how much is how much are customers paying for electricity, and things like that. And so in the platform and for the proceeding, we are relating all of this consumption data and the infrastructure data to other socioeconomic data that can really help understand how the technologies and where they might be adopted. So for example, of course, knowing demographics and income might help you determine, the ability of customers to adopt a certain technology, the makeup of the types of customers. Are they renting? Are they owning? The commuter mode, the heating fuel. So for fuel substitution and building electrification type predictions, very important to have this data. And so starting to relate all of this data to the electricity that we're trying to predict is becoming more important. And so, for example, I'm going to illustrate how we might go about disaggregating. So again, seeing where EVs may go in a neighborhood. And so if in this feeder, for example, that has, let's say 2,000 parcels, we will like to understand the impact of EVs, the impact that it may have on the infrastructure. We can set up a forecast of EVs. And let's say in this residential neighborhood, we add 500 residential chargers with a residential charging strategy. What does that mean to the distribution system, and where might these technologies be adopted? And so this is the type of thing that it becomes really important to have the granular information of one neighborhood versus the next, right? So it's not going to be the same to plan for feeder 1 or feeder 2. And the socioeconomics and other types of data are becoming more important to make this decision. So, okay, this I guess I cannot show you the time series, but what you can see is that it added all of the, on top of the blue dots that we have now, it added all of the green dots. And so all of those might be where, based on the socioeconomics that we talked about and how much the customer is paying for electricity, where the EVs might be adopted. And so this is the big exercise that we're trying to understand of what the future may look like under different types of scenarios, to determine, again, what is the grid needs that that may be that may be required to supply this electricity, but also, you know, are there ways that we can add this capacity needed within the neighborhoods, and what does the shape of the load may look like with different tariffs and things like that. So just to this, the idea of this was to illustrate that it's really not just about the capacity needs, but it's also about planning for what the load might look like. And this was an example of this disaggregation process that needs to happen to plan for future different scenarios, and that we need to really understand how much more capacity we can add with DERs and near rate designs. And it's also a great opportunity, I think, to understand how equitable the investments in infrastructure and the incentives that, you know, policymakers design might be. So, you know, a great, I think, opportunity to understand, you know, what data might we need, you know, for today's workshop, the data portals, what type of data and meaningful data is not just knowing, you know, what the numbers or the engineering numbers are, is what type of meaningful data might be important for all of the stakeholders involved in the planning of these neighborhoods and the infrastructure, to make, you know, it's an opportunity to make decisions with regards to the grid infrastructure, but also to resiliency and energy justice, while addressing the capacity of the needs. And I think with that, I am going to take some time to take some questions.
Thank you, Julieta. That was very helpful. A lot of details, great information. We just want to encourage everyone to feel comfortable asking questions, no matter how complicated or simple your question is. There is no bad question. We just want everyone to feel comfortable raising their voice and being included in the conversation, really, no matter what the question is. It could be a basic question, it could be a detailed, complicated question. We just want to We're doing this to really help everyone understand a lot of information to help them feel more empowered in this proceeding. And we'll be doing this throughout the proceeding. This is really just the beginning. And especially if you are not if this is your first CPUC workshop, or maybe you're not a regular, but you occasionally attend, we want you to feel welcome. And we're gonna, encourage you to speak up and let your question be heard, your voice be heard. So let's pause there and see if we have any questions.
So
You can also put your hand up if you just want to be called on. That's also a good way to do it as well.
So I received a question privately. I'll just read it out. Can you speak to whether how the ICA data is being used in this modeling?
So in this case, we are displaying the ICA maps. So the feeders and the substations that you saw for today's workshop, for purposes of illustration, we are displaying that data. Of course, for the modeling and the electrification impact study that we are performing, we are actually doing a bottom-up approach where we are taking directly the consumption measured by the meters, so the AMI data. So we are not directly leveraging the results of how much of what technology you can put. That's what the hosting capacity sort of tries to answer that question of if you take one of these locations in the grid, how much PV can you add? We are really trying to take a look at not just one technology, but how all of predicting all of the technologies together based on that data that we currently have, the most up-to-date data of what is the consumption, what is the rate that consumers are paying, to predict all of the technologies and what might be different scenarios that may occur in the future. So we're not just in the electrification impact study, that modeling, if that's what that you were referring to in the question. It's going to be looking at different future scenarios based on that sort of bottom-up measurements of what consumers are consuming and they're paying for.
So the next question in the chat is from Richard Coe. What will be the next piece of work that will be published in the electrification impact study, and when can we expect that?
So Rob, did you go through that in your introduction?
I didn't provide that schedule. I think this year, this fall, soon, I think is sort of, those are our estimates. The data has been ingested, but there's so much data, as Julieta explained. The analysis is taking some time, but we are very excited to have those results come out as soon as possible. And I'll just throw out there, October is currently the target, as I understand.
So the next question is from Roger Lin to all the panelists. Given that the IEPR relies on the CARB scoping plan proposed scenario, a heavy transmission scenario, is it possible to determine how DERs can cure the inefficiencies / line losses, etc., related to transmission? i.e., can we determine the benefits that DERs can provide with respect to avoided transmission costs? And thank you for the presentation.
I can respond that from the Kavala side and the consultant team. I think that is something that we are definitely trying to address. If you refer to the Electrification Impact Study research plan, trying to understand how what happens in the distribution side, the capacity that might be added on the distribution side, so not just wires and poles, but actual supply. How can and how should it be considered also with respect to the transmission planning? And so ultimately, you're right that the numbers that come out at the system level and the current distribution planning process as it's done may not capture as well, how the decisions and the new projects or new non-wires alternatives that may be happening on the distribution side, how they may be avoiding those costs. So that is something that we're definitely interested in, and it's part of the research plan that we're hoping to get to with some more quantifiable data.
So I received a question privately. I'll just read it out. It says, will this tool be available for public use? And I believe they may be asking about the ICA tool.
So the ICA tool is a public tool. It's already available. And the focus of the workshop today is how we can improve the tool to make it even more useful and to better serve the use cases that have been identified for it, namely identification of optimal siting locations for distributed energy resources, but also DER integration into planning. So you'll be hearing a lot more about that in just a few minutes, if that's what the question was referring to. And also, if you want your questions to be public, so to speak, you can address them to the entire participant list. There's a drop-down menu in the chat that allows you to direct your question. You could send it privately, you can send it publicly. It's totally up to you.
One other note on that is please use the chat function. I think there have been a few questions entered in Q&A, and we're trying to only track the chat questions, but I think we can try and get to the other ones.
I want to add there's a couple of really interesting questions in the Q&A. One from Matt Garlinghouse, which I think refers in part to the IRP process. You might have a look at that, some of our experts, and think about how to answer it, because it's a good question, but not difficult to answer and not easy to answer. There's also a question from Cole Jerriman, which we could address.
So I was going to move on to the raised hands. So Tam Hunt, I'm unmuting you for your question.
Sorry, that was from earlier. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thank you. Next, I am going to unmute Matt Garlinghouse. Please state your question.
I posted my question in the Q&A, but I'm happy to read it aloud for everyone's benefit. It states, how is the CPUC's distribution grid planning coordinated with the CPUC's allocation of distribution interconnected generation in the CPUC's preferred portfolio? If more generation were allocated to the distribution grid in the preferred portfolio, that may make some of the non-wire DIDIF alternatives more cost effective.
Rob or Gabe, do one of you want to take a run at that, or Julieta, do you want to?
I mean, I'll let you think about it a little longer. I like the question. I think it makes the link to between distribution planning and transmission planning in a clever way. And I think we see the potential for a link from distribution planning processes in the future to impact transmission planning in new ways that have not been done before, and in part because of the ability of platforms like Cavala's to evaluate vast amounts of data in a way that has never been possible, or at least not in recent years. And so it's a tough one to answer. I think we see that trajectory, but I think it's a bit longer out than, this year or next. I don't know if Julieta, or anyone from Cavala wants to add to that, but I really like the question.
Thank you. And I guess as potential follow-up, as best I understand the process, in the most recent preferred portfolio, there was not an allocation to distributed generation, which has kind of a follow-on effect of not being effectively eligible to secure RA in the DGD process through the CAISO. And if it were to, that would obviously make distributed generation more cost effective and have a follow-on effect of lowering the net load on the distribution grid.
I think you're seeing some hesitance in diving deep there because of all the factors at play, the different agencies, the different planning processes, and the current ways the grid is planned for, and the ways it might be improved in the future. And there's also a lot of cross-unit coordination. You brought up resource adequacy, the IRP preferred portfolio across units in energy division. And so we're kind of at the beginnings of looking at how to improve and integrate all of our processes. And so it's hard to, I think, give you any kind of a definitive answer now. But just, I want you to know we're thinking about that, the big picture as we, get ready for this part one in Electrification's impact study and start looking farther down the road in this proceeding.
Thanks.
Yeah, I will just add that I think if the workshop, for example, last December and the current Electrification Impact Study research plan acknowledges this need maybe for not just thinking about the distribution capacity planning process as a deferral framework, but actually what is truly the capacity that is going to be needed on the distribution side. So not just think about supply in the RA sort of capacity planning for the large interconnected system, but also thinking about what is the role of adding capacity locally. And so the ultimate mechanism how that will be done, if it is through the resource adequacy and IRP sort of portfolios, or through the example new programs that can allow to value capacity on the distribution side, I think that has not been sorted out, but the acknowledgement of not just thinking about supply from the large generators, but from the demand side is there, and we're really hoping to inform that discussion this fall.
Thank you, Julieta.
Thank you. So the next person with their hand raised is Roseanne Radkiewicz from the Energy Division. Roseanne, please state your question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Roseanne Radkiewicz, and I'm with the Resiliency and Microgrids team. My question goes back a little bit to the aspect that you were raising around equity and the map that you had up where you were locating dots of where predictive solar installations were. And I'm sure that you're thinking about this, and I know you touched on it in your answer, but when I looked at that, my immediate thought was, oh, that's a great indicator where charging station, like the immediate response might be where the solar installations are highest to be forecast. That would be a automatic sighting for EV chargers. But is that supporting potential EV adoption by disadvantaged communities who may not have the resources right now to do that, largely because maybe things like infrastructure, there's distribution capacity is not there, and charging stations are not there? Do you understand my question? Like, it's I'm just wondering how you're seeing potential development of that piece of the equation. And again, it's a bigger question, I know. So I'm just throwing it out there for thought purposes, I suppose.
Yes. I think it's a great question, and we are thinking a lot about it. So sort of on the details of, for example, what will be in the electrification impact study. Public charging is sort of a separate a charger type that will be predicted. So you predict residential, sort of the light duty, the public charging, and then other types of fleets and heavy duty. I think the opportunity that we have with the scenarios that we were bringing, and there's a lot more potential for this in the upcoming years once we have, all of the data in to play the what if scenarios, is what happens, with current policies versus what happens if we change those policies. So it may be a good opportunity to display, if we take the current status of incentives, programs, and socioeconomics, where these technologies may be adopted, where the grid investments will go, and is that equitable or not? Based on that, there's, I think, the opportunity to decide to come up with mechanism to redistribute what may be equitable for the different disadvantaged communities and energy burdens, energy justice. And so we are hoping to start informing that angle of the, the proceeding, which is parallel to all of the proceedings, is my understanding, to start really thinking about, well, what policies and opportunities may have to be put in place so that such inequities that are now visible can be changed.
And I'd like to build off of that is, and great answer, Violeta. In addition to the very quantitative, very analytical work and really needed work that that Violeta's team is doing, there is also going to be a community engagement effort starting up this fall with that will be outlined in part on August 23rd, and there will also be a workshop leading into the same staff proposal that I've referenced that will have one aspect that's focused on data portals and another aspect focused on developing a community engagement strategy and launching a separate but parallel effort of how utilities can better engage with communities and better address some of those equity issues in the distribution planning process. And I think we're mostly out, we're nearing end of time, but I think there are one or two more questions in chat, so maybe answer those and then move on.
Sure, Stefan. So 3 people have their hands up, and I've received 1 or 2 questions privately. So maybe I can call on the three that have hands up and we could have three brief questions. Others can ask questions later in the afternoon. There'll be plenty of time to have more discussions. So the next person is Cole Jerriman. Cole, you are unmuted. Please ask your question.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Cole Germain with the Environmental Defense Fund. I was just wondering, Julieta or anyone else on the panel, if you could speak about how this modeling and forecasting is taking into account technologies. Like I work specifically on electric trucks and buses, so how the modeling takes into account technologies like that where there is very little deployment today, but because of a number of state laws and regulations and just the economics of it, we're expecting a lot of deployment over the coming years, but that may not show up in the AMI data right now. So how do you develop these models and forecasts when you have very little data you can extrapolate from in the present? Thanks.
Sure, and I'll answer that question quickly because I know it's not the focus of today's workshop, and there's going to be a lot of time in the fall to discuss all of these details. But I will say the key, so the past informs the future is useful, but it's not the only thing, and that's why so many other important factors are taken into account in this bottom-up modeling. But for example, we are predicting based on the forecasts of CARB and CC of what that future may look like in terms of heavy duty and medium duty. We are going to be looking at scenarios with heavy duty chargers. So for example, where might this go is, truck stops are great indicators, and how to the electrification of medium and duty fleets are also going to occur. But again, all of that is going to be considered, and there are going to be more details of that in the fall.
Great, thank you.
And I would say, I think there are one or two questions we might not have been able to get to, but we do have this afternoon to have a more interactive discussion, so we can answer those there, or I can try and answer those in chat after I get done with my presentation. I think I'm gonna
got a couple of quick chat questions I think I could try to answer briefly. Brad Hebner asks from CALSA if there's a plan for the IAUs to leverage the Cavala tool in their GNA development in the near term. Brad, the answer to that question I think lies in the staff proposal and subsequent commission deliberations and decisions. So it's a question worth asking, and we'll see how the staff proposal plays out, but obviously there's a lot of work and analysis that's still yet to be completed there. Then Sarah Lee, I can't see which utility she represents, but in any case, I think she's from Edison. Could Cavala please clarify the recommendations they're making with respect to the ICA data portal improvement? They are not tasked with making those recommendations. That is Verdant's job, and they're about to get into that in the next segment. So hold your anticipation for that. Turn it back to you guys.
Okay, Violetta or Taru want to make me presenter?
Stefan, you're a presenter.
Okay, thank you. Great, so hopefully folks can see my slides.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about presenting an overview of the distribution resource planning data portals. This is, again, building this knowledge base and providing context for Will Engelhardt, who's going to follow me, who's going to present some of the findings that we have from stakeholder interviews. We're not to the point that we're saying these are going to be the recommendations. But I think you can see, you'll see during Will's presentation, some of the themes that are likely to show up in recommendations later. So what I'm going to be talking about are distribution, again, providing an overview of these data portals. Also talking about some of the requirements of these. These are all driven by requirements in different CPUC rulings that mandate that certain pieces of information are included. These include some of the infrastructure layers, like what Julieta showed, that include where are substations, where are those feeder lines, and then some analytical and operational layers. These are some of those load and other layers that some of the layers Julieta showed in their tool, they're really useful to understanding and improving distribution DER siting. And then also we'll discuss some of the details about basically where data validation sits, and or with some of the details about accessing this, and then finally some new work that is about to happen or is planned to happen in the near future to improve some of the identified areas that could be improved of these data portals. So what are these data portals? So they're an extensive way of mapping data that we have and presenting that in a meaningful way. There are a number of different types that we've already talked about, but one is the integration capacity analysis of how much energy could be injected into the grid or drawn from the grid. Julieta already talked a good deal about the grid needs assessment. And then there's also the locational net benefits analysis. That is an attempt to quantify a dollar per megawatt offset value of providing energy at specific locations in the grid. And then finally, adding important layers like the fire risk and public safety shutoff. This is a timeline that I'm including more for reference. I'm not going to go through this in depth, but you do have it in your slides. But these were launched in February of 2015 with a ruling requiring this. Some pilot studies starting in mid-2015, leading through 2016 of small scale development and more test and example portals. And then in 2018, the additional layers of grid needs assessment or distribution deferral opportunities and the LNBA data. And those were starting to be published in September 2019. And then additional rulings to add what are the planned investments, and then what are the, including things like the fire threat data. So one of the key things about these data portals that is an ongoing balance is providing access to the needed data, but also not violating confidentiality, especially that 1515 rule that Julieta mentioned already. And what that is that any data set has to include at least 15 customers, and no one customer's load can be greater than 15% of that capacity. So you can't isolate and back out what a particular customer's load would be. These can be password protected. I believe both PG&E and SDG&E have a password layer, but you cannot be limited by a non-disclosure agreement. Some of the required elements include approved projects for transmission. And then also a lot of the data that Julieta showed of where are the transmission lines? What are the three-phase feeder mains? So those are the major lines that come from the substation to distribute power. And what are the specific segment numbers of each of those segments of line, so that stakeholders can really identify when they're talking to a utility what they're talking about. And then for substations, including such factors as what is the existing generation, what is the planned generation. Additional data elements, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but including load profiles, what kind of customers are on each circuit, a number of these results that I'll get into in a bit, but also some of the grid upgrades that are planned. And these are more recent additions, so that stakeholders can understand where a distribution system might have significantly more capacity in the future. And then finally, some of the increasingly important factors of fire and related to that public safety power shutoff to help inform some of this planning and education. So one of the more used portals or layers is integration capacity analysis. And what that is again, how much power could be generated on a circuit or drawn out of that circuit without violating a number of very important limits. First, and maybe most important, is protection. And basically, we need to ensure that the workers, the utility workers, or even public safety are protected when they're either working on a distribution line, or more importantly, if there's an outage, they know that a circuit is de-energized, and we're ensuring that that is always the case. Thermal is whenever you're distributing power, you create heat. There is a limit to how much a certain piece of equipment, how many kW a certain piece of equipment can go through. It's also required by, I think, federal law that you must maintain certain characteristics of the voltage. A lot of distributed energy resources can impact voltage, and these the utility must maintain this voltage to not harm electrical equipment. And finally, the utility needs operational flexibility to be able to fix outages or perform maintenance. The ICA currently is looking for the past 12 months. It's down to the line segment. So it's not just the feeder, there's segments of each feeder. It's updated either on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. And this is based on 576 hours. What that is it's the maximum load day and the minimum load day for each month. So 24 hours times 2 times 12 is 576. Another aspect is the grid needs assessment. Julieta actually already covered a lot of this, but one thing I want to emphasize is that the grid needs assessment is forward-looking. That's looking for the next 5 years, and that's based on done annually with the grid needs assessment filings in August, and it's looking at one single hour. So when is the maximum load happening? What has to happen to the grid to meet expected load for the next 5 years? And then finally, there's the locational net benefit analysis. What this is used is to identify what the potential benefits of distributed energy resources are depending on where they are. And it's really very dependent on their location. And then this helps create and quantify a cost effectiveness metric. So those are the 3 major pieces. And what are some of the features that go into this? So user guides are needed. You have to be able to use these data. You need to be able to search these data. Some of the references that I'm not going to step through each of these. And then there's application programming interface, or API, that provide bulk access to data. And that's a pretty comprehensive way to provide access to much more data than just a single point. Within this bulk data access, there are 4 different approaches that I believe all 3 IOUs support. One is a web query to download ArcGIS data. ArcGIS is mapping software. There are free and paid versions of this. There's also the API approach of collecting data directly. There's also the web page download of either ArcGIS or map, or downloading from a single map point. This is an overview of how the ArcGIS web page query would look. You can download up to 1,000 records per query and a lot of different file formats, and access to many of all these different layers of PSPS, plan projects, load, other aspects. The next level of complexity and potential power or ability to get data is using the API with this HTTP GET function. This requires some level of coding, so it's the next level of sophistication, but it can be automated, so you can update this regularly, and you can get more data in a more efficient manner. Also, the ability to download specific circuits again into ArcGIS and access all these different layers that we have discussed of, ICA segments, ICA loads per segment, PSPS events, other aspects. And then finally, there is the bulk data download, or the map download function. So honestly, this is the one I'm more familiar with. Just more curiosity of found my own house, and downloaded some of the information about this feeder that is serving my house in Davis, served by PG&E. You can see some of the toggles, ability that you can get some of these data. That's really a very quick overview of some of the functionality that's in these data portals. And I encourage, there's a link at the end that I encourage anybody interested to go to one of these portals or sign up and see what you see. There's some additional very needed planned improvements. One of these focused on data validation. So this started early this year based on a report by an independent technical expert that had 3 key areas of looking at improving program management behind the development of these portals, improving the validation itself, and then looking at how these data are engineered, organized, developed, presented. And each IOU has published their plan in response to this. Many of these efforts are in process right now and are expected to start being made available really starting this fall. So you see a number of these are in the September and October timeframe that will have additional improvements and also improvements on data validation. The other sort of big effort is adding and developing a forecast of and improving the load ICA. So I mentioned earlier that the ICA, or the integration capacity analysis, is backward looking for 12 months. What this is going to allow is allow a forward looking view for 12 months. And I think one of the really key benefits of this is for citing electric vehicle charging. Understanding not just what the capacity of a particular circuit is, has been, but what it will be, helping developers know where they conceivably could be putting in charging without having to wait for upgrades to the distribution circuit. One thing, and these are expected to roll out in the late 2024 or early 2025 timeframe. One thing I also should note is that when we're talking about interconnection for these circuits, this is not necessarily looking at like a residential charger or a residential PV system. This is very much looking at connections to what we would call the 3-phase circuit, which I believe for most utilities is at the 30 kW limit. So it's not necessarily small residential systems, but when you get to larger systems, how much can be connected and what might prompt a delay that would be forced by the utility needing to upgrade some of that equipment that Julia presented just previously. And then these are some links to these data portals and basically including this for completeness. So one of the intents with this overview is, for today, providing some basis in education, but also starting to develop what will, I think, be helpful of some useful information and links so that people understand what has been done, and then also some of the improvements that have been planned, trying to consolidate this into one place to help aid with some education of how these portals might be used. And I think that is the end of my slides. I think I saw a question or two pop up. So I don't know, Taru, you want to read through those, or Dave, and I can respond or not?
Sure. So there's a question to all panelists from James Severs, referring to the Kavala ICA software platform demonstration. This may be for Julieta. The level of granularity provided seems much more comprehensive than what is currently provided through the IOU ICA portals. Was the level of granularity achieved in part from the 8760 data responses received from the IOUs for Kavala's data request?
So just first of all, I just want to be very clear. The data that Kavala showed was from the ICA public data set. And I just want to be very clear, it was not from a data request from the IOUs. So I just want to make that crystal clear. We protect confidential information and would not be displaying, confidential information. But to the question of the granularity, I think I'd like to call upon Julieta to address that. Julieta, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you. So, yes, in terms of, let's say, the platform that will be used for the electrification impact study, that has, of course, restricted access only to authorized CPUC users, that will have the actual 8760 data for informing, the grid, the impacts that we're going to be looking at for different scenarios. I think you raised a good question into, what level of granularity and what type of time series information could make the data portals, whether it's the GNA, the grid needs, or the hosting capacity, more meaningful for users. So I'm not sure exactly, what your specific use case would be. But I do think that it's a interesting conversation to have, and maybe facilitated later into what type of time could be considered in the data portals that would make the data more useful for users.
It looks like Claire Broom has her hand raised. I don't know whether that was from the last panel, but if you have a question, we could call upon you to ask that question. someone who has the ability to unmute Claire could do that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, it was to Julieta, but I think it's still relevant. I really want to congratulate the energy. By the way, I'm affiliated with 350 Bay Area. I want to congratulate the Energy Division and the team and partners for a lot of work that I think is enormously valuable for all of us getting to utilizing DERs for the benefit of ratepayers and the environment. And I understand that this is very much focused on the use of these analyses in the data portal to support and improve distribution deferral opportunities. However, I think it's quite clear from the Kavala platform that there is the potential to show the benefit of DERs for benefits on load management that are not so location specific. So, and I think that's really important to bring along in parallel with the distribution deferral opportunities. After all, for the last 5 years, residential rooftop solar constitutes 1/3 of the solar energy installed in California. So my question is, how will the CPUC incorporate the broader value of DERs for general load modification? And are you thinking about that as you improve the data portal for issues that are more specific to interconnection and distribution deferral opportunities?
So this is Gabe from Energy Division. Thank you for that question, Claire. I mean, I think that there's really a twofold answer to your question. I think the first part is it is in the more immediate term more related to the Kavala electrification analysis and the related staff proposal that we hope to release by the end of the year. We'll begin to look at some of the issues that you raised. So that's not the focus of today's workshop, but it's obviously, you know, everything is connected here. So that's coming in the fall. And another staff proposal is coming next year that would look at distribution planning holistically and how do we change how it approaches and integrates DER and considers it more on the front end as opposed to on the back end. And if you look in the scoping memo, you'll see questions like that have been framed that are going to be addressed in various proposals and decisions. But these are long-term analytic efforts that are really just in the beginning stages. So, you know, stay tuned. A lot more is coming. And then how does that relate to the ICA improvements? The ICA improvements are in the track of what we're calling the near-term improvements in phase 1 of track 1. So it's things we hope to do in the short term. And I think, you know, again, we're going to hear a little bit more in the next segment about some of the preliminary findings from the consultant team from their stakeholder interviews around issues that stakeholders have identified as, you know, wanting to see improvements of. And again, there's going to be a staff proposal coming in the fall related to ICA improvements. So I think your question mostly is about future work related to Kavala analysis that will support 2 different staff proposals. But it's also, you know, obviously really relevant. So I don't know if Julieta, you want to further comment on that one.
Yeah, and thank you for the comments. I think it really relates to the conversations we were having earlier, with regards to the supply versus the demand and where that is planned for and how it actually also impacts the way we may have to plan for the infrastructure. And I think there's also there is, I mean, Gabe just said it very well. There's going to be time and other workshops to discuss these types of questions. What may be ways and metrics and methods to capture these values. And I think that is going to be key. I think there's another question in the chat about the LNBA, sorry. And so how might we start thinking about ultimately how to compare, infrastructure? Right now it is very infrastructure driven for a deferral framework versus really truly understanding sort of what are the needs of the distribution system and what are the values that are inherent to different types of solutions. Transformers don't produce kilowatt hours and they can't choose when they produce them versus DERs do. And so the current framework of comparing infrastructure to so apples to oranges may not be actually capturing the full value of all of the solutions that are out there. So I think that's what we are going to be hoping to discuss more with the upcoming staff proposal too.
So we've got a few raised hands, and let's go to Yochanan Zakai, and apologies if I did not pronounce your name correctly. Please state who you're with, what organization you're with, and then let us know your question.
Hello, this is Yoki Zakai with the Interstate Renewable Energy Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So it looks like we don't have the slides up right now, but this question came up in response to a slide that was shown about the ICA data validation efforts. And yeah, thanks, Stephen. Yeah, and I was looking that it seems that a few of the utilities are planning refreshes for their ICA data, and specifically for Southern California.
Looks like we lost Yoki mid-sentence. Oh, he's back. Okay. Back?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we lost you briefly, so maybe continue or refresh your question.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, it seems like Southern California Edison is planning to finish a system-wide refresh of their ICA data in September of this year. And I just wanted to note that IREC has discovered significant decreases in the available capacity shown in Southern California Edison's ICA results over the past 2 months. And the scale of this decrease is really, really large and really, really unexpected and concerning to IREC. For example, in July, it looked like SCE's ICA showed 88% of the nodes with 0 kilowatts of available capacity. IREC brought this up with Southern California Edison and the Energy Division, and we haven't really heard any explanations about why this, large change is happening in the ICA data and if this is correct or not. And this is pretty urgent considering that the ICA is planned to be used in Screen M of Rule 21, starting in just a week or two. And so, with this, I guess I just wanted to bring that up and, to first of all, let everybody on the call know that there are significant problems that IREC has identified with SCE's ICA data, because to my knowledge, that hasn't been shared publicly yet. And then to ask, what kind of plan there is to make sure that the ICA data is going to be in a useful state as it's working towards being integrated into Rule 21.
So great comment, and for highlighting that. I think when these so one of the challenges that, or maybe not challenges, but one of the issues that we are still working through is we're planning to assist the Energy Division with a staff proposal out in this October, November timeframe. What a key component of that will be is examining some of these results after these refreshes and additional validation are done. And I think, definitely looking at, and, I think potentially building off of some of the great work that IREC's already done of, we need to verify that these are providing the right information. And I think once these updates are done, we will be looking at that and doing, making any recommendations about what additional actions might be necessary.
Thank you, Stefan. I appreciate that. And I guess if within this proceeding there isn't a plan to make any specific actions, in terms of actually improving the data before, starting a process in the fall, what kind of transparency or, communication to customers can occur when significant problems with the data like this are and potential inaccuracies are discovered?
I think the primary vehicle will be part of that staff proposal this fall of that's where we're going to be rolling up any findings, some of which you'll see later on. But I think that is and also that the workshop that's following that staff proposal, because if we do find that these inaccuracies continue, that's where we will need to propose, or will potentially work with CPUC to propose ways to mitigate those, and also what those are, because the first thing to do is if you do have an issue, you will need to first identify that, and then second, develop a way to resolve that issue. So I think the staff proposal we're talking about later this fall is the primary vehicle that we have planned, and then also the workshop that follows that staff proposal.
So we have a question in the Q&A from Doug Garpa. I didn't catch which organization you're with, but his question is, can you speak to how to ensure that the utility data is actually accurate? Not infrequently, we work on EV charging infrastructure by relying on ICA data, only to be told when we are getting ready to put in the charger, oh, those maps aren't accurate. Here, let's look at our internal map to see whether this project will need an upgrade. This is like a little mini drama. It is unclear what the value of the ICA maps are if they're not accurate or current. Okay, well, we are aware that ICA load is not as robust as ICA generation, but that is definitely something we want to prioritize. And I'm going to turn to Stefan, who sounds like he had definitely wanted something to say here. So what have you
sorry about
analysis?
that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that is you're not the only stakeholder to have that experience. At this point, what we've done is, my colleague Will be presenting in a few moments, is basically, this is what we have heard from stakeholders. We want to hear, that's what you're saying is definitely validating one of our key findings. The next step that we need to work on is developing, what actionable recommendations can come from what we've already received. And then the comments we're hoping to discuss this afternoon and, follow-up comments. And then, so basically the short answer is you're not the only one experiencing this. I think we have flagged this as a very real concern. And I think the next step is then to start developing recommendations to address that concern. Do I know what those are right now? No. We're at the point right now that we have collected the first round of feedback to help identify those concerns. And then the next step is how might we mitigate some of those? Do we have any other questions or raised hands? So I think I saw a question from Sky about how Energy Division is coordinating with Rule 21. I think we're aware of the work that's going on with Rule 21, but Gabe, do you have any thoughts to include on response to that, or should we get back to them?
Well, I mean, the coordination is that the distribution planning proceeding developed the ICA methodology, and once it was approved, then it was then moved over to the Interconnection Rule 21 proceeding to operationalize how would we incorporate ICA into Rule 21 interconnection, and how does that affect the rules. So there was an explicit handoff there, but just because that handoff occurred doesn't mean that the work to improve the underlying ICA data ends. And so that's really what we're continuing to try to do in this proceeding, with an understanding of how it eventually needs to be used in another proceeding. But of course, we have to coordinate. So yeah, we are coordinating, and that is ongoing. Maybe we can unmute. Looks like Damon Franz from Tesla has a question.
Hi, thanks, Gabe. Damon Franz from Tesla. First off, just want to say thank you for hosting this workshop, and the Verdant and Cavala teams for some good presentations. There's very exciting work on these maps. From Tesla's perspective, I think the most critical use case that we see is the ability to use the ICA maps to find locations where we could locate EV fast charging sites that are not capacity constrained. A lot of times we start building a site only to realize that, there's an upgrade that's needed that kind of delays it beyond, what we were sort of expecting for energization. So very interested to hear about the improvements to make the load side of that more current. My question relates more to the distribution forecasting and deferral work. And that is, we've been involved in the distribution deferral process for quite a long time, and kind of share the view that it's a great idea to cite DERs in locations where they can defer distribution system upgrades. As we've tried to participate in that, I think the practicalities of that process have presented a lot of challenges. For example, the sort of there's a chicken and egg problem where if you don't get enough DERs in a particular location, you don't defer the needed upgrade, but you can't get the DERs in those locations if you don't offer an incentive, but you're not going to offer an incentive unless you get enough DERs. So like that problem is a challenging one. And then the customer acquisition costs of going to these very specific locations and trying to sell customers on DERs is quite challenging. And it occurs to me that there is an alternative approach that was presented by Energy Division in the CalFuse proposal, which is simply to bake in the marginal distribution upgrade costs into a $1 per kilowatt hour price that would incentivize DER customers to operate their DERs in a way that can defer an upgrade or benefit the distribution grid. And if they don't do that, then they simply pay a higher price during those times that would drive the upgrade. And I just wonder if these types of tools could be incorporated or could be used to create that sort of pricing mechanism, or if that's something that would kind of have to come from the utility, substation or some other process.
Yeah, thank you, Damon. That's a great question. I mean, these two initiatives really need to be closely coordinated. The load flexibility OIR, it's just starting, is a really important initiative, and I think could hold a lot of great promise for deriving value from DER. And so I think our proceeding really needs to coordinate and take into account some of those efforts and how our tools could enhance those efforts. I do think that we would be looking at that in our distribution planning staff proposal, in 2023. So it's not going to, happen tomorrow, but it's through this work, through the electrification impacts and distribution analysis that Gavala is performing. I think we want to be looking at those issues. So definitely we'll be wanting to coordinate with that proceeding.
Thanks, Gabe.
I think Richard Coe has been waiting from Cal PA to ask a question. Public Advocates wants to ask a question.
Hi, it's Richard here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Richard Coe from Cal Advocates. Look, I just wanted to broach a topic that I think perhaps a few of us have had in our minds, whether it's intentional or not. The structure of today seems to have, Gavala's shown this great new platform that they've got, and it's been followed by a discussion of the ICAs with some concerns raised with the ICAs, admittedly, many to do with data. But is the option on the table to move the ICAs from an IOU platform to a third-party platform, perhaps down the track?
Yeah, thanks for that idea. There's going to be a staff proposal in the fall about ICA improvements. And I think right now it's largely focused on how do we improve the IOU tool. But as more information comes out, more analysis, more data is available, we can certainly consider new tools and new ideas like that. But just to set expectations, at least in the short term, the proposal you're likely to see this fall on ICA improvement, data portal improvement, is based on improving the existing tool. As you know, it took years to develop. So, but it doesn't mean we wouldn't consider new tools in the future. But just realistically, in the near term, which is what the goal is right now, we're looking to make some near-term improvements to that tool, and that's what that proposal will be focused on. But thank you for raising that point of new tools in the future.
So it does seem we're a little bit over time. So maybe move on to the next presentation that I think, at the end of that, we will have additional time for questions and answer and further clarification. So I think I'm going to hand things off to Will Engelhardt, who's also with Verdant and has been very much one of the point people of basically assessing some of these, collecting some of these data, doing these interviews, and I will let him take things away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Will Engelhardt. I'm an analyst at Verdant Associates, and today I'll be presenting some of the feedback we received through our stakeholder interviews, which I was fortunate enough to lead and met with a number of people on this call. I'd like to begin just by saying that this is, as Stefan had kind of alluded to earlier, this is the beginning of a dialogue, and we're really looking forward to building on the engagement that we've begun, and yes, continuing on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So just to provide an overview of this presentation here, we're just going to go over the purpose of the interviews, why we chose to go about this method, and an overview of the groups that we met with and the populations they represented and their missions. And then we're going to dig deep into the research objectives we chose to focus on in these interviews. These objectives were great usage of data, data accuracy, and portal usability. We chose to focus on these three research objectives in the interviews based on a number of reasons. One, in earlier comments and proceedings, these seem to be 3 key points of contention. And they also seem to be 3 points that could benefit from stakeholder input. It could only be provided through the interviews that we were able to conduct. And then at the end there, we're going to try and go to summarize the key themes and takeaways from the interviews, and then talk about future directions. A lot of the interviews that we had, the stakeholders provided some valuable input in terms of the improvements going forward. And then hopefully can open this up to a bit of Q&A. For the purpose of the interviews, so our goal was the continuous improvement of California's distribution planning process. And in specific, these interviews wanted to focus on data portals. We wanted to understand how the stakeholders were interacting with the portals and in turn their relationship with the IOUs through them. We interviewed a variety of different stakeholders, as I'll make apparent in the next slide. And we just wanted to gather feedback. Then again, we're focusing on developing this engagement and starting this dialogue. But we hope to have this be continuous and meet with more organizations. The groups of stakeholders we interviewed a wide variety of populations and organizations that can be represented as community choice aggregators, public agencies, trade organizations, EV storage, and solar developers. Within these organizations, we met with both technical and policy analysts, which provided a very holistic perspective in terms of the use and application of these data portals. These organizations' missions too varied, from project development, siting, and design, and to participating in policy and process development. So we're really trying to understand these portals from a variety of angles, to better understand how they can be improved and the points of friction that currently exist. Now I'd like to just dive into our first research objective, which was the usage of data. We wanted to identify the ability of data portals to satisfy stakeholder operations. And we asked a variety of questions, but three that represent the focus of this research objective in our interviews was: how does your organization utilize the data within the portals? Do available data satisfy stakeholder needs? And how often are data available within the portals retrieved? And here we're just trying to get an understanding of how the data within these portals is being optimized by the stakeholders that are interacting with it. In general, our findings can be summarized as data access is a point of concern for majority of stakeholders, granularity constrained stakeholder planning, and stakeholders dependent on IOUs are dependent on IOUs to access key data that the data portals are unable to provide. Again, this is just them summarized, but I hope to elaborate here in this next slide. Then this, again, it's important to note here, and I'll make a point of doing this with each research objective. This just represents stakeholder opinion from a wide variety of experiences and familiarity, and just recording kind of the points that felt most noteworthy from the interviews that we've held. One thing to make clear off the bat is that ICA data was used almost exclusively by stakeholders that we interviewed. While some were familiar with both the GNA, Grid Needs Assessment, and LMBA, Locational Net Benefit Analysis, in each case, we found that the data sets there weren't being used in terms of the stakeholders' actual operations, and more for investigative purposes, whereas the ICA data was being used to actually pertain to the organization's intended missions. And you'll notice too, there was a strong gap in terms of familiarity in general between ICA data and then both the GNA and LMBA data. Again, ICA data, this was mentioned in comments earlier, and a highlight of the interviews we had. A lot of stakeholders found the ICA to be lacking the needed granularity, and this restricted, in a number of cases, organizations and developers' abilities to develop projects. Data requests required to access complete data. There's a number of stakeholders that for the data required to go about their operations was not made available. The scope of the data was not made available within the portals themselves. And then oftentimes to actually be able to access complete sets of data needed, they had to submit a data request. ICA data used for rough forecasting of EV adoption. Another point we found, especially among EV developers, was the use of ICA data to gain a rough understanding of EV adoption rates and where to direct EV charging design and siting. Majority of stakeholders utilize the data portals as a form of best practice. This is to say, as opposed to maybe a standard practice in terms of their operations. That doesn't represent all the stakeholders. We found some stakeholders that did consider it a standard practice in terms of their operations, but the vast majority consulted these portals as best practice, and almost always in their initial stages of project development, just to gain an introductory view before then reaching out oftentimes to the IOUs. Data download and API use is not yet widespread. We found very few stakeholders to actually be ingesting the data. 6% of interviewed stakeholders downloaded the data, and none of which utilized the API. That's not to say that some stakeholders we spoke with have used the API, but none in terms of conducting their operations. Again, we're focusing on how the data portals were aiding the stakeholders' set missions, but they were utilized in terms of investigative purposes. Stakeholders are dependent on IRUs for quality and complete data. Again, hit on this a bit earlier, but we were finding that stakeholders were, again, going into these portals to get an introductory view, but then they were forced to reach out to the IOUs to get complete data and the needed quality. We spoke with one developer who cited that the data that was available within the portal that they referred to, and then the portal that after putting in pre-application, the data that was provided to them, they described as being in two separate silos. Now I'd like to go on to our second research objective, which was data accuracy. We wanted to evaluate the data sets that comprise the IOU data portals and their ability to aid the organizations they're intended to serve. So again, just some questions here that we used to help guide this research objective throughout the interviews. Do you have any concerns regarding data methodology? Has the quality of the provided data impacted your organization? How does your organization utilize the data within the portals? These questions opened up a lot of interesting dialogue, and we found how data accuracy impacted stakeholder organizations on the variety of the mission sets that they may have in a number of interesting ways. Again, just 3 points that can easily summarize the findings we found here were that ICA inaccuracy is problematic for stakeholders' use of the data portals. Limited data is there's limited data representing rural communities, and accuracy is one aspect of data interpretation that users find challenging. Again, I hope to elaborate on these more in this slide here. ICA data is widely considered to be inaccurate. In each interview that we had, stakeholders and the analysts that we spoke with that were rated themselves as being familiar with the portals, they found the ICA accuracy to be problematic. This was to varying degrees. Some stakeholders felt the need to elaborate on this more further and the impacts that it had on them. But in each case, inaccuracy was a point of contention among the stakeholders we spoke with. Several respondents reported inaccuracy causing hesitancy and greater adoption of the data portals. This was an interesting trait that we saw among a number of stakeholders in which the knowledge of the existence of data inaccuracies oftentimes prevented a willingness to explore and utilize the portals in greater depth. Data representing rural communities is limited. An example that was provided to us from a stakeholder we interviewed was the Central Valley showed 30 to 40% of lines are not shown. I think it's important to note here, and in general, on the point of accuracy, that there's IOUs are in the process of conducting a number of improvements, and there are reasons to why data might not be shown, made immediately available, that there is much being done to improve the quality of the data. But the lack of annotation here was cited as a point of frustration for a number of stakeholders representing rural communities. No method for stakeholders to independently verify accuracy. I heard someone talk about this in the last slide, but this was another problem that we found to be of interest to stakeholders. There were circuits that showed varying data with no annotation, and it became difficult for stakeholders to understand what data was accurate, what was inaccurate, and what was really being said within these portals at times. Spatial data is another component of data inaccuracy that stakeholders had mentioned was problematic at times, where it was spatial data did not always immediately reflect the actual on-the-ground infrastructure in terms of an accurate way. Load ICA data is undeveloped. Again, this is an example where we found stakeholders interested in considering load ICA data, but found that it still was not developed to a point that they felt confident in consulting it. Data is not clearly labeled. A quote that we were provided from a stakeholder that perfectly, I think some of the stuff is, I trust it as much as I can decipher it. And so that's a kind of another angle to accuracy as a whole, that if the data cannot be easily interpreted and understood and digested, it becomes problematic for the eventual use of the data that's been provided. Our third and last research objective that we chose to focus on was portal usability. We wanted to evaluate the user friendliness of the data portals and their ability to portray key data in a comprehensible fashion. To note, 3 of many questions that we asked to achieve our findings here were: how user friendly do you find the portal interface to be? Do you find the data to be easily accessed and downloaded? How do you evaluate portal access requirements for each IOU? Here, as we go into our findings, it was worth noting that here we found the greatest separation among specific IOUs was in portal usability. Each IOU varied significantly in level of usability as reported by stakeholders. Educational threshold paired with lack of available material present a number of challenges for stakeholders, and inconsistent access requirements for the portals themselves by the specific IOUs caused a number of frustrations for stakeholders that going into these points a bit deeper. Majority of stakeholders rated SCE as having the highest quality data portal overall, and this isn't specific to the usability. PG&E's dual portal system, separated between ICA and DDoR and GNA portals, was reported as being unfavorable. Again, it's worth noting, while ICA data was being used almost exclusively, the separate portal system times caused either confusion or hesitancy in adopting or considering other available data sets beyond ICA. Stakeholders desire more educational material to partner with user guides. This is a point that we'll go into in the looking forward stage of this presentation. but education seemed as a point of friction for a lot of stakeholders and their ability to understand the portals, the data made available within them, and the other features that make these portals such a valuable asset. Inconsistent portal access methods present a variety of problems for stakeholders. This is another point where we saw separation among the IOUs in specific. SCE's no account login requirements was most preferred. A lot of stakeholders appreciated the ability to go to the portal, access the data in a smooth and efficient fashion. SDGenies, on the other side, most restrictive access, was noted as being especially challenging in using the portal by stakeholders. Quote here that helps provide some context is someone developer we spoke with said, I'll go there every 6 months, and when I use it, I want to use it. I don't want to wait a week to be able to access it. And that kind of highlights some frustrations we saw there, but also highlights the general interest in seeing these portals be the access requirements and the navigation of these portals be more streamlined and efficient to allow for easier adoption and use of the portals themselves. So going to the major trends and takeaways, it's worth noting as we're focusing on improvements, it's natural to tend to focus on maybe more negative trends, but there were positive things that emerged that feels worth noting in focusing on how we can develop these portals further, was that stakeholders' relationship with IOUs were reported as being overly positive, optimistic, and stakeholders had frustrations with the portals or required further education in regard to their use. Many stakeholders said that the IOUs were responsive and helpful in navigating those problems. Two, there's a strong interest among stakeholders in the portals themselves and seeing them be developed into a powerful and useful tool that goes well beyond its existing capabilities. Negative trends, and again, negative used loosely here, just room for improvement, and talked about this, so I won't go too deep, but as mentioned in previous slides, portal and data access, data accuracy, data granularity, and lack of provided user education were 4 key trends that emerged throughout our interviews with stakeholders. And key takeaways from all of this, positive trends have encouraged stakeholder optimism regarding the portals. There's a lot of energy going forward, and that became clear in many of the interviews we've had. Negative trends prevent stakeholders' independent and expanded use of the portals. And so there, we're looking, there's a point of conflict there that adds to the puzzle that these portals represent. And this is going to be my last point here. I just want to focus on looking forward, the recommendations that we were provided from stakeholders. This does not reflect all of the recommendations that we provided. And there was so much, but just focusing on some key points that represented many of the improvements. Improvements that were provided kind of fit into 3 main categories: improvements to the portal interface, to the data, and to educational material. Go into these specifically here, just there's a strong interest in seeing these portals become singular interface within the IOUs. This is achieved by SE, SDG&E, and this more alludes to PG&E's dual portal system, who spoke very favorably about having it all in one clear, concise environment. More consistent and clearly labeled terminology partners with that. Again, a clear run through that you'll see in all of these improvements provided by stakeholders is really a greater clarity in regard to the portals themselves and their use. As we focus on improvements to data that was provided by stakeholders, one quote that was in some way shared by a number of stakeholders was, the more data was made available, more data the better. The more data that was made available through these portals, more it helps. Even if it maybe immediately it isn't as useful to the stakeholders' interests, it helps create an environment that is conducive to their operations. Specific layers of data, though, that were of interest to stakeholders for a variety of reasons: Colin buyer screen data, census data, critical for infrastructure, and jurisdictions. These points, for a variety of reasons, were of interest to a number of stakeholders, and so mentioned here. Lastly, just last point of area for improvement that stakeholders had a number of interest on was seeing education be expanded. So clearer user guides. There were situations, a number of situations in which the stakeholders that we met with weren't aware that user guides existed for each IOU. Maybe they were available, that they knew there was for one, but it wasn't always immediately known. And otherwise, within those portals, understanding them, digesting the data, or digesting the information within the portals, in the user guides, was sometimes challenging and restricted use. A way to track proceedings and developments. Again, there's strong interest in the development of these portals, and a lot of stakeholders said it's been difficult to understand what's exactly has led up to this point in time, and what are the steps being done forward, and how do they all work with each other. Another point that was simple but could be impactful in terms of improving the education material is a video guide, where to go in partnership with the user guide, stakeholders just being able to see how to clearly and efficiently navigate the portals and access all the features that are made available. And the last point here under education, clear and more in-depth legend, both in regard to data and other features within the portals. Again, just illustrating the desire for greater clarity, among other things. To end the presentation here, I'd just like to refer to this last quote provided in an interview, where a developer said, "I would hope that this tool doesn't strive to be everything for everybody, but is a really good vertical in doing one thing really, really well." I think this represents many groups' interests, but here and I hope made apparent in this presentation is that there's a variety of perspectives, and fortunately we couldn't represent everything that we were told in these interviews just within this one presentation. But there's strong interest in seeing these portals be developed further, and we look forward to continuing this engagement with a variety of stakeholders as we move on. That is thank you. I'll open it up to any questions anyone may have now.
I think I can talk through some questions that came up in the chat. I think one is elaborating on ICA lacks granularity. This is from Julia Anderson. Is that temporal granularity, geographic granularity, or something else?
Yeah, so for a number of, I would say that, again, this is all of these points represent, no one point is attributed to one stakeholder. And so data granularity, when I mentioned that, there's a variety of perspectives on that. But in general, to summarize all of the opinions on that was that they would like it to see the scope of available data represent a broader range of request projects of varying sizes, and more clear. It goes back to this point of clarity in which the data is more clearly attributed and represents the interests of a variety of developers.
And one of the, sort of, I don't want to say anecdotal, because it's more than anecdotal, but one of the quotes that we did hear from developers is that basically knowing literally which side of the street a circuit might be connected to, especially if you're talking about trying to site an EV charger station, is really important. And some of the findings were that the data right now might not be to that level of precision. And then I think Tam Hunt has had his hand up since the last session. So I don't know if Taru or Gabe, you could unmute Tam.
Yeah, Tam Hunt, GPI, thank you. And yeah, really appreciate this work and excited about the possibilities for improvements here. A couple questions from both this session and the last session. So Will, for you, were any NGOs interviewed as part of your process?
No, we didn't. But again, we hope to see this being an ongoing process. This is initial dialogue, initial findings, and I think there's a number of other populations that we hope to continue to interview and build on. So not yet is the answer, I think I'd say that.
Yeah, that'd be great. It's good to hear you doing additional interviews, because certainly a lot of folks on the call today are in that sector and have, a decade or more of experience in this work, and we're not interviewed. So along those lines, I just want to kind of chime in and certainly reiterate the key conclusion you've shared here and others have shared too, is that the ICA maps just haven't been accurate. And this has been an issue, we raised it for, I think, 8 years now. And so it's kind of a bit alarming that it's still not been resolved. We're looking at 2025, that being resolved. I'm hoping your process here can leapfrog the IOU process and really get actionable, accurate ICA data long before 2025. I also wanted to kind of just share a bit of the process in the last Rule 21 proceeding on this issue. And your quote about different silos and different data sets is right on the nose. And my understanding is, and I can't assign any kind of intent here, but the outcome is clear, is that the utilities have been using a different process for calculating the ICA data as they use for interconnection studies. And that's been pretty explicit along the way. There's been some resistance to using the ICA values in interconnection. And so that's why they don't match, and that's why they're not accurate. And so until we resolve that issue, we're going to have that issue, I think, keep popping up its head. And so certainly if the utilities or you or anyone else in the call could kind of weigh in on that, how we resolve that, because I think perhaps if that's really the underlying issue, as I'm suggesting, then Verdant's process won't actually resolve this issue.
Yeah, I think our focus and represented in these interviews is we're trying to, as your point mentioned, we're trying to pull in as much information and perspectives to one, both build on the improvements being made, but also to add that urgency, to add that interest, to collect all of these opinions and evidence that we've been able to gather, but also that the variety of different stakeholder agencies have been able to gather on their own. And collectively, I think there's power in that draws significance to these key points. Again, we're identifying clear major trends. And from there, we hope to focus and build on that. So I think, our focus is to, with you, as a partnership with everyone that has an interest in this, build on that, add to that urgency, and work as a collective force to make these portals the incredible tool that they can be to everyone.
And the intent is that these do become actionable items to resolve some of these issues in that staff proposal. I do want to also note that I think some of the, that area and Tam that you brought up and others are areas that we're really looking for, have more feedback this afternoon after lunch. But I think point well taken. And I think we need to, it's high time to make some progress and resolve it.
Great, thank you. Look forward to that.
Another question from Sky Stanfeld, who I believe is with IRA, is asking any clarity about some of those rural areas with why those have been redacted, and is it 15-15 rule or something else? And I think the answer is we're looking at it, but we'll feel free to elaborate.
Yes, the short answer is we're investigating. There's a number of examples in which that is apparent, and so our hope is to again facilitate this engagement, bring this evidence, and have a discussion and really analyze these points. So we're looking into it. There's a variety of different cases of it, and so I imagine the exact reason for each varies, but something we hope to look into. All of this we hope to really dive into.
So we have a few hands up, but I think that's from the previous session. So if you don't have a question for this session, would you please put the hand down?
There's another question in chat from Roger Lynn. What data are we using for tribal lands? So I'll take the first stab at that. There are Well, first of all, we only have jurisdiction over the investor-owned utilities. So any tribe that is served by an investor-owned utility that's regulated by the CPUC is included in the ICA maps and GNA for that matter. Some tribes are served by other utilities, whether they be a municipal utility or Pacificor. Unfortunately, they're not part of this tool. They're out of our CPUC jurisdiction. So to the extent that they are a customer of one of the regulated utilities, then their data, their maps, the maps would include their infrastructure that's included in the GNA and ICA. So hopefully that answers your question, Roger. Thanks for that question.
And then maybe any hands up that are currently, we can address those.
Sure. So I will unmute Matt Garlinghouse.
I'm sorry, I didn't have any other questions.
Okay. So unmuting Doug Carpa. So, okay, I will unmute the next person with the hand up, Yochanan Zakai.
Down from last time.
Okay. And finally, Damon France.
Sorry, my hand was still up from earlier. No question.
All right.
And question from Sam White, I think is 350 Bay Area. Could you address who was surveyed beyond developers? Did it include public agencies, municipalities, and non-industry stakeholders? So I can take a little bit of a swag at this. So we did include some state agencies. We also did include a number of community choice aggregators. And I think, as I think Sky pointed out, we did talk with IREC, who I believe would be qualified as a non-governmental agency. So trying to clarify a point we had heard earlier. Municipalities, we have not successfully connected with any of those at the moment, but I think would be open to having some of those discussions.
So if you have more questions, please put your hand up or put it in the chat window. Claire, did you have a question? I see your hand up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm actually really appreciative of the Energy Division staff and Will for this really informative assessment of how the process is going. Because it's great to have a decision mandating sharing of data, but I think as we've seen, making that data truly available and usable it's a complicated question, but it also depends on true partnership. So I'm not surprised, but I'm somewhat concerned at how I would say, as a non-interested party, this seems pretty inadequate in terms of carrying out the intent of the commission's decisions. And so this may be philosophical, but I'm actually very curious what Energy Division and the CPUC considers to be ways to make this more of a real partnership, and also for it to happen pretty expeditiously. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. This is Gabe Petlin with the Energy Division. And, we're concerned as well. This has been a long project, and one that hasn't really met everyone's expectations. I think people have also appreciated the progress that's been made and the hard work that everyone's put in from both stakeholders, working groups, utilities, consultants. So, I mean, there's a lot of appreciation, but there's also a lot of frustration. I think that's a fair assessment. And, given that we are now in the successor proceeding to the one that gave rise to this tool, there really is a sense of it's time to get this tool working to everyone's expectations. So we are trying to make that happen through this proceeding, through the consultant work, through the IOU's efforts. It is challenging to say the least, but that is the goal. So if everyone can continue to engage constructively and provide their ideas, their input, their suggestions, and roll up their sleeves, we hope we can make some progress. So I'm hopeful this proposal in the fall will yield some concrete ideas for improvement, and we're hopeful that utilities will engage with these ideas and recommendations and really prioritize getting this tool to a place where people feel like it's adding significant value to the effort to integrate DER. So thank you for that question.
So I see Roger Lynn's hand up. Roger, you're unmuted.
Oh, thank you. And I was just going to echo what Claire Broom had mentioned, and just, and the previous question that I put in the chat. So this sort of blends into the prior presentation, sorry, but how Energy Division intends to incorporate community engagement efforts either into the GNA or LNBA processes. But either way, I think, acknowledging what Gabe just said, I think it's nice to hear from staff that this is the beginning of the conversation and there are opportunities to add this. And if there really is an intention to incorporate community engagement, then, my organization and I think other folks that Energy Division have been speaking with are definitely happy to keep that dialogue going to see how we can improve that.
Thanks, Roger. Gabe again here. To get specifically to the question of community engagement. David's presentation, as he said, is a beginning of a dialogue. It's the consultants have time and availability to have more stakeholder interviews. So if there are specific, community-based organizations or other organizations that would like to sit down for an interview about the data portal tools, mainly the ICA and the GNA and the LNBA, we can certainly accommodate that. There will be obviously a staff proposal in the fall, and there will be a comment period on that. And then other activities that relate to community engagement. And again, we're going to this is sort of a preview of some activities that are already planned and scoped into the proceeding. In track 1, there is a scope question that basically asks the question, how can utility distribution planning better be more responsive to the needs of tribes environmental social justice communities, local developers, and local government to be more responsive to their planning needs and future plans. So we recognized that that is a big question and we didn't take it lightly. So what we did is we scoped into the proceeding when it first came out, a workshop in the fall focused on community engagement. But we also sort of took a step back and said, if we're going to seriously ask the question, how can distribution planning better respond to local, tribal, and community needs, perhaps we need to really find out what are those needs, what are those interests. And so the idea of a needs assessment came about early on in this proceeding, because we recognize that to do this right, we have to maybe do a needs assessment. And so what the fall workshop on community engagement will be focused on is developing what we're calling a scope of work for a project that we're calling the needs assessment, the community engagement needs assessment. So eventually there will be the appropriate professional firm identified to carry out a professionally done community engagement needs assessment. And then that will result in a proposal, again, that will come back into the record of the proceeding and influence or inform future decisions on how distribution planning can improve. So I just wanted to give you a preview of that. It's really a fall workshop, and we'll certainly be doing a lot of notice about it and trying to encourage broad participation. And we actually love your help, in getting the word out and attracting the right kind of people, or the all types of people who would be interested and could contribute to that. So hopefully we'll have your support there, and you can participate and help us identify the right types of organizations from diverse perspectives that will want to engage with that effort. So thanks for that question.
Thanks, Gabe. I appreciate it. And yeah, just the contrast with today about we keep referring to needs assessments, and I think today has been mostly about the needs of the grid. But you're right in identifying that there are these needs of the community that we have to identify as well. So I just want to highlight that distinction.
So the time now is 12:04. We're into our lunch break. This might be a good time to stop the question and answer. There'll be time to talk about all these issues again later in the afternoon. So we will stop now for a half-hour lunch break to come back at 12:30.
Taru, if it's did you mean 12:35 or 12:30? Just are we doing half an hour? Or are we doing 25? Because
I think we're doing 25, Gabe.
I would like to do 30 minutes if that's okay. This is Claire. So if everyone can come back at 12:35.
That's fine.
Thank you.
12:35. Let's do that.
Okay, if everyone can start coming back from break, we'll begin the next portion of today's workshop. Just a quick note for everyone, due to some challenges with accessibility of the chat function, where it sounds like not everyone is able to see questions and comments submitted in the chat, please use the Q&A function of WebEx for the remainder of today's workshop if you'd like to submit a question or comment. When you write your question or comment in the Q&A section of WebEx, please note your name and organization. That will help us keep track. Thank you very much. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Holbrook. I am a director with GridWorks. GridWorks is supporting a number of tasks related to the high DER proceeding on some other topics. But we are also supporting the feedback portion of today's workshop as well. So our objective here is really to expand upon some of what was presented earlier this morning from William at Verdant regarding the stakeholder interviews. Now is the opportunity for additional feedback to be provided from other parties. We really want to make sure that we as the consulting team better understand the current and future users and use cases of the existing data portals, and that all of you have the opportunity to provide some feedback on what you see as key improvements to those data portals. That will lead into a workshop later this fall in which the consulting team will be presenting on some recommended improvements to the data portals and seek additional feedback. And then obviously into the eventual staff proposal, there'll be an opportunity to provide feedback on that staff proposal and then a final commission decision. So how will we achieve the objectives of this particular agenda item is that we'll be asking you to provide your thoughts on some key questions via an online survey platform called Slido. At various intervals this afternoon, I will stop and review some of the responses we've received and highlight any key themes. And then to the extent that you have additional thoughts on some of the key questions that will be posed after today's workshop, you can provide those thoughts via the Google Form platform, which I will put a link in the chat momentarily for everyone to see that. I recognize that these are perhaps some new methodologies that not everyone is familiar with. So to the extent possible, I've sort of thought through where you might encounter challenges and done my best to anticipate and give you options for alternative approaches to providing your thoughts. This is, again, just part of our intention to make sure we're hearing from everyone via as many channels as possible. All right. So, quickly, if you will access the Slido for today, you can either go to slido.com, and on the homepage, once you do that, you'll be asked to enter our event code, which is here on the screen. That's 2341044. If for some reason, either clicking the link in the workshop slides available via the WebEx or going to slido.com are not working for you, you can either input your answers into the chat, or I guess we've pivoted now this afternoon to the Q&A function. Note that those won't necessarily be anonymous. Or if even that's not working or not preferable, you can go to the Google Forms document that we're using to solicit feedback on the workshop itself by either clicking on the link here in the slides or copying and pasting it into your browser. That copy and paste option may be needed for some individuals whose organizations might potentially block the Google Forms. So let me take a moment and I'm gonna drop into the chat both the Slido link and the Google Forms link. So give me just one moment. So this is the Slido link that's now been entered into the chat. So please click on that and pull it up. And then to the extent you run into any issues, you can always copy and paste that link into your browser rather than clicking directly on it. Or again, you can go to slido.com and enter in our event code. I'll now be entering in the Google Forms link as well, which was shared earlier this morning with all of you and will be shared again at the conclusion of this meeting. And this is really where we'll be looking for feedback on the workshop in its entirety, but you're also welcome to enter in thoughts on this specific topic. So what are some of the key questions we'll be asking for your feedback on this afternoon? We'll be looking at sort of, are you using the data portals now, or do you plan to use them in the future? If so, which ones? For what purposes are you using or planning to use the data portals? We'll then kind of take a moment after we get some responses to those two questions. And sort of I'll highlight some of the key findings. Then we'll want to know how well are the data portals meeting your needs and how well you're able to access, understand, and utilize the information contained in the portal.
Hi, Claire. This is Gabe. I'm not sure if it's me, but I couldn't see the link to the Slido in chat. If that's where you sent it?
I did. It says it was sent to all attendees. So let me pause here. Looks like, thanks, Julia. Julia says that she's able to see the link. I wonder if perhaps it didn't go to our panelists because they are
Rob,
considered
I
attendees.
noticed that if you log out like I did at lunch and come back, then the chat can be erased. So that might be the issue.
Okay.
I think, Claire, it's probably just gone to the attendees, like you said, because I don't see it either.
Okay. I'm going to ask one of my Verdant or Kavala colleagues. They have the link to the Slido and the Google Forms so that I can keep moving on. If you could share that via the maybe the Q&A function as well to make
Yeah,
sure.
it looks like it's now been sent again, so I trust everyone's gotten it by now. That sounds great.
Okay, thanks for confirming, Gabe. I appreciate it. All right, so to return to some of the questions we'll be asking after we get a sense of how well the data portals are meeting your needs, that can either be your needs today or what you anticipate them being in the future. We'll want to make sure that you're able to access, understand, and utilize the information and where you kind of see that. And then the last piece that we'll conclude with is getting your thoughts on what changes could be made to the data portals to better meet your needs. And again, that will feed into some of the work that will be done in the coming months towards the end of, through the end of the year. So I'm going to, the Slido is now active. So if folks can please go on and share their thoughts on which of the data portals are you currently using or do you plan to use in the future? And I'll just kind of track us through time on those responses. Okay, looks like primarily we're seeing a lot of use of ICA. So if you are using something other than ICA, it might be good to note that so we can track as well. And in just a minute here, I will close this question and go to our next one. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close responses to this particular question. Again, if there's anything else you want to share beyond today's workshop, if additional thoughts come to mind, you're welcome to provide those via the Google form. All right, so now we're going to start our next question. I'll give folks about 5 minutes here to respond to this one. So that will take us to 12:51. That will be, for what purposes are you using or planning to use the data portals? All right, about 2 more minutes with this question. All right, I see a question in the chat. It is the Google form that will remain open for a week following today's workshop, not the Slido. So if you want to respond to any of these questions in the Google form document, you're welcome to do that. If for some reason that week time frame is a little too tight for you or your organization, you can please let me know or someone from the Verdant or Cavala team, and we'll make sure to follow up with you. The reason for that timeline is just to allow us to process the information and responses we've received and to begin planning for that fall workshop on potential improvements. That will just require a fair amount of time on our part. All right, so it's looking like based on responses to this particular question, we're really seeing a wide variety of users and use cases for the various data portals. And I think that's a really important kind of lesson here, that it's fairly easy to plan for one user type and use case, but making sure that the data are available for different individuals and organizations for different uses who might be needing data conveyed in different ways or at different levels of granularity, whether they're working on policy or more identifying project development opportunities, I think is something we need to keep in mind as we begin identifying potential improvements to these portals. So thank you everyone for your responses to that particular question. I'm gonna close that one and we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next, which is a multiple choice question. In general, how well are the data portals meeting those needs you have today or capable of meeting the needs you might have tomorrow? And that's going to be on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being not at all and 5 being completely. I'll give folks about 2 minutes on this one. All right, so with a majority of the answers, about 67% of you are saying that you think the data portals are, number 3, so somewhat meeting your needs, suggesting some things are being satisfied, but there's definitely some room for improvement. I see a question in the chat here. I will work with CPUC staff to discuss how to share a summary of the responses we've received via a variety of avenues over the course of today's workshop, including this Slido about how to get that out to everyone so that we all have access to the same information, reduce that information asymmetry a little bit. So if someone from the Verdant or Cavala team can note that as an action item on my end, I would appreciate it.
Got it.
Thanks, Stefan. All right, closing this one. The next is we are going to move to another multiple choice question. before we get to our final question and have time for a bit of a discussion, which is our multiple choice question here that's currently open, is how well are you able to access, understand, and utilize information contained in the portals? Really trying to get at, even if data is made available, that doesn't mean that everyone is able to use it. So if you can help us here with a bit of an understanding on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being not at all and 5 being completely, how able are you to access, understand, and utilize the information? And I'll give folks 2 minutes here on this one. All right. So again, with 67% of the vote, we have a 3 here. So somewhere in the middle in terms of being able to access, understand, and utilize the information contained in the data portals. I wrote my email address in the chat here. I sent it to everyone, so hopefully you can all see it. In the event you need to follow up on anything from today's session. Before we move to the final question and then engage in some discussion, I can see the chat but not the Q&A function of WebEx at the moment while I'm sharing my screen. Taru, are there any raised hands or comments or questions in the Q&A function?
So Claire, the raised hands, there are three raised hands. They might be from the previous session, but let me unmute and find out.
Thank you.
So Doug, Matthew Tisdale, and Joseph Wildman, do you have any questions?
This is Matthew Tisdale. I do not have a question.
And this is Joe Weedman. I do not have a question.
Okay, I don't see any more raised hands. I'm wondering if Gabe can see the Q&A. I'm only seeing the chat here.
Yeah, this is Gabe. I can see the Q&A. And forgive me if you already acknowledged this one, but Joe Weedman wants to confirm that the Slido portal would be open for 1 week for stakeholders to input their responses. He's actually asking for 2 weeks to facilitate gathering input. So I guess the first question is, Claire, were you planning to keep the Slido portal open after the workshop for additional input?
Sure, so I addressed that one, but happy to repeat in case anyone missed it. The Slido will be closed, but the Google Forms methodology will be available to everyone for a week after the workshop. Again, that timeline is to really help us as a consulting team begin a lot of the work that needs to happen to get us ready for that workshop in the fall and to continue some of the analytical work that's being done. If you need more time, you're welcome to reach out to me directly. I put my email address in the chat. Okay, so moving on to our last question here. And what I'll do is we'll collect some responses via Slido. I'll summarize some of what I'm hearing, and then we'll give everyone an opportunity to share additional comments until the conclusion of this particular agenda item. We have plenty of time. So closing question number 4 and opening up question number 5. So what changes could be made to the data portals, both accessibility and content-wise, to better meet your needs, either as they stand today or as they might take shape in the future? You know, some thoughts here. You know, do you need different data, more granular data? Do you need different assumptions, a different format? I think some things that may have come up earlier today is, do you need additional accompanying materials along with the data portals themselves? So really want to hear from all of you, either in the Slido or in the Google Forms on this particular question. I'll give everyone about 6 minutes here, or if I see responses start to slow down, and then we'll have time for discussion. All right, about 2 more minutes here on feedback. Okay, so feel free to keep providing results here, your answers. Just going to highlight a couple of themes that I see. First is very much understandably accuracy of the data. I think that's something that was raised in William's presentation and some work that the consulting team will be doing to understand where the accuracy issues are and what potential solutions might be needed to address those concerns. I think additional granularity in terms of the data that's available is certainly coming up. I'm seeing something here about the data needs to be more forward-looking. What will the grid look like in not just today, but in a few years? And so folks can be creating policy and making investment decisions based on that future snapshot. I think it's also understanding where if data are not available, why that is, and what could be done to address those gaps in data, if it's confidentiality concerns or something else. And a great suggestion here on if there is a known issue with the data portals or a gap, making sure that everyone is aware of that issue or gap and the impact that might be having on the data that they're using so that they can make decisions themselves about whether they want to use that for their purposes or not and wait for that change. So just want to give folks an opportunity here, either raising your hand or putting questions in the chat if there's anything you want to discuss further on some of these questions. Taro, can you let me know if there are any raised hands, please?
Yes, sure.
So if you have any questions about some of the themes you've heard here from your fellow participants, or if there's any points of your own you would like to add additional detail on, feel free to do that via the chat or via a raised hand.
So no questions so far in the Q&A or in the or raised hands at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Taru. So I think, again, just really want to underscore, we recognize that the consulting team and the CPUC staff team presented a lot of information today that's very detailed and maybe new to not all, but some of you. And we understand it will take time to digest that information and perhaps be prepared to share thoughts on some of these key questions for feedback. So again, you're welcome to do that via the Google Forms document. That Google Forms document asks for your thoughts on the workshop itself in terms of content and structure to help us continuously improve and make these workshops more usable and useful for all of you. You're also welcome to provide specific thoughts on these questions. There's some ladder opportunities in that Google Forms document that gives you long answer options where you can write any thoughts. And it also mentions if there's anything you want us to follow up with you on, you can put your email address and contact information in that your Google Forms response, and we can follow up with you, or you're welcome to send me an email as well. So lots of opportunities here to provide feedback. And someone asked here, are you looking for impact now on the survey or the actual what you're going to do? So I think this question number 5 here is, what should be done to make the data portals more useful to all of you for your needs today or tomorrow? So if you have thoughts on that that you would like to put in the Slido or discuss further right now, you can raise your hand.
So Sky Stanfield has his hand raised as well. Sky, I'm muting you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Claire, maybe I'm still just not a little bit unclear. Are you opening this to, are we having actual discussion about these questions, or are you just asking, I'm a little bit unclear. Are you just opening the floor for anybody to, I think we're hearing a lot of silence because I'm guessing that people aren't sure how you want to have this discussion.
Yes, you're welcome to share any comments at this time on these 5 questions.
On the 5 questions, which are, okay, so question 5 is like a huge universe of things that I think people want to do. Do you want us to weigh in now on all the things that we want to have answered, or are you just looking for 1-sentence answers in the survey?
We are looking for any thoughts that you have either via the Slido or right now in comments or via the Google Forms.
Okay, so one of the things that I think I would like to hear some actual discussion on, in addition to my comment on it, is at the end of the last presentation before we broke for lunch, it came up a couple times, like the sort of the timeline for getting these changes made and how this is going to happen. And I think as a participant who's engaged with the ICA for a long time, and frankly, on behalf of IREC, we've identified many of the problems with the portals, or with the ICA in particular, over the years, and the process for getting those issues resolved is just unworkable in terms of making the ICAs usable. So I'm going to use the current example that Yoki highlighted earlier, which is we've identified via accident, essentially, which is often how this happens, which is a big problem, that the Edison's ICA data is changing wildly and is going to result in almost all projects failing the fast track screens. We've reached out to the commission about this, and the process is unclear. It's not clear who's going to take ownership over it. It's not clear if we just have to wait 6, 9, 3 years to get the issue resolved. So there's 2 layers to this. One is, I think the commission needs to come up with a way, within respecting the appropriate procedures, but a faster way to respond to immediate issues with the ICA data. If you've heard from numerous people, and I gather you heard on the interviews you did as well, people are using the data to make decisions right now and about where they're going to site projects and so on. And what the commission's approach is that you're not communicating where people should or shouldn't be using that data in a way that enables people to know, am I relying on something that's useful or not? And then there's no method to identify when, if there is a flaw in the data that has been identified, to tell people, don't use this data, be public about it, make sure people know, and then also, ideally, what is the commission going to do to actually fix it? But I think right now, it really worries me that this is a very direct issue for Rule 21 because people are actually going to have to submit interconnection applications using that data. Like that's a requirement now, but there's no pathway to actually communicate what's going on. So I think we have like both just a basic transparency and communication problem, but also if the way to fix the data is to like ask IREC to submit 3 motions and then ask the utilities to file and then like takes 2 years to get anywhere, these portals are never going to really be that useful. So, and I realize this is a real challenge from a process standpoint in the role of the commission, but I also think that like the way we're doing it now is just not functional for actually making the tools particularly useful. So there's a lot, but I think there's a lot there that really is highlighting like what are we doing here? If we're going to do a staff report, which I'm super excited about, I know you guys should, like the way you're digging into it is good, but it's also not going to address any of the more immediate issues, it doesn't sound like.
Thank you. Really appreciate those thoughts.
And Gabe or Rob, do you want to chime in, or I can?
I mean, I'd like to hear from your point of view, Stefan, how you think this proposal can address some of the issues that Sky brought up. And then maybe afterwards, I just have one suggestion for the Q&A, and we don't have to do it this way, but tell me if you think this would be helpful. I know a lot of people are super users of data portals and some are maybe new. It might be helpful to just go through these questions in order, just see if anyone wants to speak, verbally about how they're currently using, just to get a sense from people. And if we don't hear anything, we can just move on to the next question, because it sounds like probably most people are going to want to focus on 5, but it might be helpful just to give people a chance if they want to weigh in on sharing how they're using it and what purposes they most want to use it for. But anyway, back to Sky's question, and I'm going to turn it to you, Stefan.
Great. So this is why we want to have this discussion. I think you've highlighted 2 really relevant points, and I know you're probably sick of hearing we're working on it. But I think the most direct path is to incorporate that ways. Basically, 1, we have identified this as an issue. Next step is, we'll work on expanding this issue, maybe have some follow-up discussions with your team. But also, how might we address this? The primary vehicle for that is that staff proposal. Now, I realize the timing of that is not optimal given some of the concerns you've just raised. So I think this is an action that we as a consulting team need to, look at. Is there some more expeditious way of doing this? I also think, I think others have mentioned this in either chat or Q&A or otherwise, of developing some form of metrics to, and again, the default mechanism for this is within that staff proposal of, identify this is the issue, then identify this is the proposed solution to that. These are the metrics that will need to be tracked to make sure that solution is working, being implemented, and then getting to some resolution of that issue. So I know I'm not giving you we'll flip this switch and have this ruling and a month, but I think it's definitely something we need to be considering. But again, the default answer is working that into the staff proposal. I think you identified a need with some urgency, so stay tuned.
Stefan, can I add something there? I guess
Yes.
what would be, I understand that nobody's going to fix anything today, and we do obviously need to talk about the Edison issue, but because that needs some immediate, or at least communication. But it would be great if in the staff report there was a recommendation on how to create a framework for a more responsive
Yes.
framework for, and I think there are two things. There's one, like those that require like building out new capabilities for the ICA, which is, you know, that those are things that are going to take time and so on. But then there's the type of issues that IREX identified over and over again, whether it's you log onto a map and suddenly half the circuits aren't showing, or you log into the map and all the data is suddenly just wildly wrong, that are like more fast action issues that are probably, a lot of those we've been able to resolve just by like alerting the utility. And then if the utility's cooperative, they go and look at the map and they say, oh, we fixed it in a week. But we need to like two pathways for that. We need things that are like something is broken that needs to be fixed immediately versus like, okay, we'd like this new capability in a proceeding around that. And I think that first category is what I feel the most lacking, is where, and I think that the commission has to recognize that those when things are broken, it's not like, oh, the map's broken. It's like every developer that's relying on that data now can't do their job. Like, so it's not something I think we can treat in the, well, we'll open a proceeding and talk about it for 2 years. So I'd like to see sort of some distinguishing between those two levels and different types of action pathways based upon whether we're talking about, you know, a capability that needs to be developed or an immediate problem that needs to be resolved. Thanks.
And great points. I think I completely see, you know, and I think the this staff proposal is very much focused on near-term improvements. I think developing some feedback mechanism, I can see value in that. So great suggestion, and I think definitely got great potential on that.
Yeah, Sky, thank you. That's a really good suggestion. Gonna just reflect back and make sure I think I'm hearing the kernel of the idea. It's almost an analogy to an IT ticket system. We're all probably used to using one in our various organizations, where you encounter a problem, you file a ticket, you get a response, you know, we're working on it. We'll have a response to you in 24 to 48 hours, whatever the time frame may be, and then usually it gets resolved. So, you know, things in ICA land probably take a little longer than 48 to 24 hours, but just to have a system where you're saying a user experience could be addressed in somewhat real time outside of a formal regulatory process, it could be a pretty big improvement if I'm sort of hearing what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, and you're gonna have to get into like, well, what can be fixed without that formal regulatory process, but like there's ones that are literally, you know, and again, we're obviously active users, and I know the utility contacts, and I can email them, and thankfully they tend to be very responsive. But I think it needs to go through the commission, and there needs to be commission engagement with IOUs when an issue is identified. Like, you know, why is, for example, recently Edison's API wasn't accessible, and now it is. And that's the sort of thing where I do think, you know, that kind of like, you know, you're putting in a ticket would be helpful. And then I want to add in, the reason I want the energy division to be involved in that is obviously if there's a question about whether utility is willing to fix it, but also sometimes those things, when they can't be fixed in 48 hours or something, I think that's where I'd like to see the commission take on more responsibility to ensure that any issues known are being flagged for people who might be relying on the data. so that people have an understanding of what's happened, if this is going to be fixed or something like that. Right now, like we'll raise issues, and still, if you go to PG&E or San Diego or Edison's map, there's nothing that tells you that load ICA data is worthless. Like it continues to act like they think it's right, but then the developers are being told, no, don't use that data informally. So like those are the sort of things where I think the commission could take more ownership over, ensuring that the users at least understand what the weaknesses or issues are.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing, Sky, is you want a system that creates more transparency and accountability for running down the various issues that come up from the user experience. So, for example, if there was like a public, trouble ticket portal, issues could be reported. IOU could provide a response, an estimated time frame, a regular, update on progress, and then a resolution. And then if it's bigger issue, then there may be other remedies that go into a different process. But something that creates transparency and regular accountability, I think, is kind of what I'm hearing from your comment.
Yeah, and I think that's a good idea, like an idea worth pursuing in that direction, is how to create that, both get the problems fixed, but also to make sure people have the awareness about them.
And I think to the extent that there's a model of this or a version of this for other areas of California planning that deal with data, or other jurisdictions around the country that might have models we should look at, it would be helpful to hear about those from you, Sky, or from others as well. Or if there are models you don't think we should replicate and why, that would be helpful to hear. And you're welcome to do that now or later on.
Yeah, I don't have any good models, pro or con, right now, but if we think of some, we'll send them along. Thanks.
Thanks.
So I'm not seeing any more hands raised or more comments. So just a note to all attendees, please ask questions. This is a great time to get your questions answered. The energy division is here, the consulting team is here, so please ask away.
I guess maybe a question to stakeholders is, I really see, accuracy of data coming up as a key theme in the Slido responses as well in the course of the conversation today. Suggestions you have about monitoring and identifying accuracy issues on an ongoing basis might be really helpful for staff and the consulting team to hear. And then I think, as Sky raised some thoughts on how to let folks know that there's an accuracy issue and a process for addressing those.
This is Sky. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm back again since no one else is talking. I could raise
That's
comments
great,
on
thank you.
ICA all day, but I think I have one. I sort of hinted at this in a somewhat snarky way a minute ago, so I apologize. But one of the things that this relates to kind of the data validation of the ICA and may relate to the other tools as well. So as I mentioned, one of the key way that we've found when there were problems with the ICA is like what I just call by accident. Like we're looking at the map and we're starting to see, why are all these circuits showing 0? Or, oh, we're looking at the map and we can't actually, some of the circuits aren't showing or something. I think, looking to the data validation parts of it, one of the things that I think is missing is having some level of the utilities actually using the maps and also looking at the aggregated data. So both with the load ICA issues that we identified, the original errors with PG&E's generation hosting capacity, and the most recent issue we identified with Edison, the way we identified those changes was we had asked for aggregated data. So we either asked for it, like them to aggregate it, or we asked for the data and then aggregated it ourselves. And those immediately just made those issues apparent. They were things that if the utilities were looking at the aggregate data themselves, I think they should have flagged. Maybe they did, and they just decided not to say something about it, which I'm not. I think is the case actually. That's the other issue that I've identified. But I think that making sure that whenever the ICA is being published or updated or refreshed, that there is a layer of analyzing the total like capacity that's being shown for different locations or different criteria, so that there's a basic gut check before the data is released to the public, or if it's released to the public already, then a follow-up on it. It's that question where an issue is identified, but which I think the utilities should have known, but they don't appear to notify anybody about it, and so we identify it by accident, and then it's the same thing. So I think there's probably need to be more work done on the data validation plans overall, since this issue came up without, that obviously wasn't caught by what was being done today. But I do think that there needs to be somebody other than IRAC doing some aggregate look at the data to make sure it passes the sniff test at least.
Mm-hmm. All right, thanks. I've written that down. Tara, sounds like we've got another hand raised.
Yes, we do. Claire Broom. Claire, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. I have one comment and one question. With regard to the important critical issue that Sky is raising, I would suggest that the answer is certainly transparency, certainly accountability, but how about building in some consequences if the reasonable criteria for a usable data portal are not being met? I think this is a really important effort, and it should build in a way that passive aggression is not rewarded. Speaking as a mom, the second question is going back to our earlier discussions, and I really appreciate the thoughtful way Gabe and the Energy Division are sequencing this and recognizing they want to get on to the broader implications for load management. However, I was struck by the slide which pointed out that only 2 to 10% of grid needs assessments of opportunities look like they were feasible to address by RFOs or DDIF. And to me, that highlights the importance of accelerating the ability to look at broader load management opportunities with DERs, and to be sure you're thinking about the data available from that broader issue. And so I would just ask how much you're looking at the data needed for electrification, the data needed for load management are being brought along in parallel. I'm sure ED and your developers only have so much bandwidth. So to the extent you make the distribution deferral objective paramount, how much does that crowd out the ability to tackle the much broader potential for DERs? Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Is that something that Gabe or Stefan would like to address?
Thanks, Claire. Gabe here. So yeah, we definitely hear what you're saying about there being a broader opportunity to untap value from DER. It's much more than just distribution deferral. So, when that whole initiative began, back in 2017, 2018, there was a lot of excitement, optimism that would be, a bigger, let's say, market for DER to provide more value. We found that it's been a really difficult road. There've been a lot of secondary benefits, mainly improving transparency and distribution planning, providing a much greater access to data and planning data, and making the planning process just a lot more accessible, even if we haven't seen a great number of deferral projects be successful. But in the new successor OIR, I think we've pivoted and recognized that we need to take a more holistic approach to looking at the role of DER and distribution planning, and that we need to focus on the entire planning process and not just the deferral aspect. And that's why you'll see in the scoping ruling, there are some scope policy questions around that very topic of how do we integrate DER on the front end of distribution planning alongside traditional investments, so that it's not something that's considered, sort of after the fact, after there's been a grid plan, what aspects of that can we avoid with DER, but rather, what's the role of DER from day one in distribution planning? And that's going to be the subject of a pretty significant staff report that Cavala will help us with in the future. So yeah, you're asking the kind of questions that are definitely teed up in this proceeding. And with those big long-term questions, we still recognize that it's important to try to make some near-term progress. And so we even called the first phase of track one, near-term priorities. And so IC improvement was identified through a lot of stakeholder feedback as a near-term priority. So that's why this activity has kicked off the way it has, and that's the goal, is to make some near-term improvements while we look at some of these longer-term issues. Thanks for that question.
All right, thank you, Gabe. So just to wrap up here in our last few minutes, there's a lot of opportunities to provide feedback on today's workshop or to engage at future stages of this effort as it relates to data portal improvements. As I mentioned previously, there will be a fall workshop in which the consulting team will share some thoughts on potential improvements, and for all of you to provide feedback, ask clarifying questions, highlight any gaps you see in our thinking or proposals, etc. That will then be followed by a staff proposal, and there'll be an opportunity to provide feedback on that staff proposal. And then eventually the commission will offer a proposed decision. So those are kind of our next steps moving forward, and opportunities for you to engage. Again, the Google Forms document will remain live for a week, ending next Tuesday, close of business. And if you need more time to respond or share thoughts on today's workshop informally at all, you're welcome to email me here. My email address is on the screen, or Stefan.
And it sounds like Sam White noted that his hand has been raised. So I know we're wrapping up, but maybe one last question. Somebody.
Thanks, Stephanie. I can't see raised hands.
Yeah.
Sam, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
We can
Go
hear
ahead.
you.
Excellent. Thank you much. I appreciate this. I'll keep it brief. And Claire actually just covered some of what I wanted to say, which is wonderful. And I will, again, strongly support Sky's observations on this, having worked together on ICA development for years in this process. And reinforce also that the I appreciate Gabe's comment acknowledging that the issues with the distribution deferral solicitation process, which has been a barrier from the start, as in general has the sort of the siloing of DER roles and values, and the recent efforts, to make DER more of a front-end foundational role in planning is strongly to be commended and pursued, as well as the integration with this. I think my main comment, which I want to add on this as well, is that fundamentally, and this relates to the other track within this proceeding on distribution system operations and potential changes in that. Fundamentally, I think what we see here is an issue of regulated entities with their limited efforts at compliance to narrow orders and requirements. What we don't see is the type of response we would see from private industry or elsewhere, where there's actually an inherent incentive and motivation to make this work and get it done. In other contexts, it would be completely unreasonable, unacceptable for data to be bad, for customer issues to be so problematic, for them to take so long to resolve. And there are myriad reasons for this. But I think that as we look at the frustrations that people have had with ICA, with some of these other issues across some proceedings broadly, this bears strongly on the potential roles for reform within distribution system operations and the ways that can be properly structured or incentivized to have the operator's interests be well aligned with responsiveness to the needs of the commission, to the public, and of customers. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just writing that down.
Great thoughts, Sam. Thank you for sharing.
Okay, any closing comments from commission staff here?
Gabe, would you like to make some closing remarks?
Well, we've been talking a lot throughout and trying to be responsive to each question. So, I think, we've heard a lot of great feedback, and we're expecting a lot more analytic work to come and proposals to come with our consulting team helping us. So there's going to be a lot of concrete proposals for stakeholders to react to in the future. So stay tuned for a lot of activity in this proceeding. We're in the first year and things are really starting to ramp up. I expect them to get, pretty busy at times, and we know that's going to be sometimes a little bit much for everybody, but we're trying to space out the activities and the milestones so that it's, manageable for everybody, but sometimes there will be these waves of busyness. So I think we got some great feedback today, and I really thank the consulting team for the job they did to put together the presentations, the background, and as well the interviews with stakeholders. I thought that was really interesting to hear some of the feedback there. And if there's someone out there that wants to be in an interview for that data portal improvement, there's still an opportunity to do that. And we will look forward to your future comments in the next workshop. We have one planned now for August 23rd, and we're calling that the Grid Education and Outreach Workshop, and we'll do some more foundational education about the current grid operations, as well as what are some alternative distribution system operator models. And we'll also share ideas at that workshop on how we can continue to improve the community engagement activities related to the Track 2 DSO activities. So a lot more coming up in August, and I will turn it to any other staff that want to make closing remarks. If Rob or Taru want to do that, please do.
So this is Taru. I just want to thank you today for all the good feedback and all the great questions. Of course, loved all the presentations. We had some great speakers. So thank you for being so open with the feedback.
This is Rob. Similarly, I appreciate all the participation today, and I look forward to making improvements on the data portals.
Claire?
Yes.
Hi, is the workshop over, or do you have any more slides to share? I think your screen went blank for a minute. Okay.
Yes, that's the conclusion.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
So
all.
this concludes the workshop.
Thanks again, everyone. Great job on producing the workshop. Thanks everyone.